Hello, everybody. This is Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Did President Trump use the White House presidential congressional correspondence dinner as a snub of enemies of the people? So, I've thought about this because, no one was hurt in that shooting. And we're seeing results of, the shooter having been somehow involved with J.D. Vance's wife. I guess he had some kind of wheelchair that had brakes, and she was at an event that he was presenting at. So there's some kind of, connection there. And, many of us have looked at that, and it just seems so wrong on so many levels. The Secret Service, and, there's not that many shots and no one gets hurt, right? If someone was there running around with a gun, they'd have their head blown off, right? So now this was the first time that Trump had been at a press conference since Obama snubbed him, 15 years ago. So was this a snub? Because Obama, snubbed him, and the military hated Obama. I know. I was in the CIA at the time. John Brennan. I helped find Osama bin Laden. So he held up the Osama bin Laden, SEAL Team 6 from going in a day so he could do that press conference and snub President Trump. So he held up SEAL Team 6 from going in. They were supposed to go in the day of him doing that press conference and snubbing President Trump. So did President Trump pay them back? Pay him back, right? So let's look at some of this. I'm going to pull up the screen, and Matt Bissonnette, who was like me at SEAL Team 6, Red Squadron. I was at Red Squadron, SEAL Team 6. Matt Bissonnette and also Rob O'Neill was on that mission. I wrote a book, The Intuitive Warrior, where I talked about how I was involved in finding Osama bin Laden, and then SEAL Team 6, Red Squadron, that was my squadron. Red Squadron is one of several squadrons at SEAL Team 6. They were the one chosen to do the hit. That was my squadron. And I helped find Osama bin Laden. So I wrote my book. Those guys, Rob O'Neill and Matt Bissonnette, wrote books, and the military came after them and took away their books after they had made millions. After Obama, got reelected probably for saying that he found and took out Osama bin Laden. And he said that SEAL Team 6, which was out of place for him to say that, because SEAL Team 6, top secret organization, but he basically exposed them. So was President Trump, paying back the press, paying back, Obama? I think so, right? So let's look at some of this. It's very, very interesting from if you look at it from that perspective. So this is Matt Bissonnette. He's on, show with basically talking about this. And he says on the Sean Ryan show, never forget 15 years ago tonight, in 2011, President Obama pushed back the Osama bin Laden raid one day so he could attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner and slam then President Trump, who was, just a, someone in the public. So this is the difference between President Obama and President Trump. Trump would never have made the White House, press corps a priority. Never, right? So this was also the night that Obama's priority was to embarrass citizen Trump in public. It backfired, and tonight is the 15-year anniversary of the night, and this was last night, he created President Trump.
So, why did we crash? Because President Obama needed to hit the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
The U.S. tracked al-Qaeda couriers to a house in a town called Abbottabad, deep inside Pakistan. On April 30th last year, Mr. Obama and Panetta made a point of being seen at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Panetta's belly laugh was heard at every presidential punch.
All right, so John Brennan, who was the guy that, outlined this attack, and he made millions. Obama is multimillionaire many times over. The guy that basically was in charge, the admiral, got $50 million from Amazon for attacking President Trump, I believe. So the admiral that was in charge that night, Navy SEAL, former Navy SEAL admiral, he made $50 million, but Matt Bissonnette and Rob O'Neill had their books taken away, and all the millions that they made, publishing their book. I was also attacked. And so this is what they do to those of us that are on the ground military types, guys. While they, laugh it off, laugh it up, and destroy America.
People think bin Laden is hiding in the Hindu Kush, but did you know that every day from 4 to 5 he hosts a show on C-SPAN?
But both men knew they had just pulled the trigger. SEAL Team 6 would launch in 16 hours.
The risks were enormous. Going in that far, the prospect of detection, the prospect that one of these helicopters might go down.
Not surprising, all right? Not surprising at effing all right? Because when we were going in, downrange, CIA, when we were going downrange, risking our lives to find Osama bin Laden, he was on us like every day almost. How you guys doing? What's going on? And he was at meetings, and once we found Osama bin Laden, there was no more, and things stopped, and we started getting attacked, and my book got released, and my book got attacked eventually by Amazon. All the people that had come in and had wrote glowingly about my book, all of those glowing, good things were taken away. And then people came in and attacked my book, and they got pushed up by algorithms, and people came in and liked what all these attacks that were coming in on my book. And I had to ask people, hey, can you come in and down thumb those people and come in and make good comments on my book? My book was like blowing up, and then it went whoop, and it's never recovered, right? So this is what these people do. We know the Amazon is part of the CIA. It's corrupt. I work for the CIA. I can't say the CIA is all bad. I work with some great people in the CIA. The CIA, good part of the CIA was part of taking down Osama bin Laden. And then there's the evil side, right? So part of that evil side is the press, guys. Now, President Trump, for a long time, from that point on, where Obama criticized Trump at that press, club dinner, and President Trump was sitting there. This was during the time frame where Citizen Trump was trying to get Obama to release his birth certificate. It's like, where's your birth certificate, dude? We know you weren't born in America. Of course, they created one, and the woman that signed it in Hawaii died in a helicopter crash in 3 feet of water, and everybody else survived the helicopter crash, but she's the one that drowned in 3 feet of water. So it is what these people do, and I think Trump paid it back. So he had been to one of these shitbag press dinners since then for 15 years, and he went to one last night, and or the night before, whatever. And so then they had a shooting. No one got hurt. All those shots fired, and no one got hurt. Right? Well, supposedly one guy got hurt, but he's okay. And the shooter, nothing. Right? So it destroyed the dinner. Right? The dinner's off. And so Trump said, yeah, we'll do another one in 30 days or so. There's going to be other things that are going on in 30 days, and that's probably not going to happen. All right, so let's look at the past. We know that Trump has been basically exposing the press, since before he came into office the first time. He would say, the enemy of the people, and he would point to the press. He's been saying that for the last decade, right? So why last night or the night before did he decide that let's have a press correspondence dinner, right? White House the correspondence dinner. Why? I think he had a little surprise for him. Here's a little piece of what you guys have been doing, involved in. I think that's what happened, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll look at it like that, okay? So look at the way Trump has been going after them.
Trump ramps up rhetoric on media, calls press the enemy of the people. By Brett Samuels. President Trump said Friday that the press is truly the enemy of the people, ratcheting up his use of the derisive label to attack the news media. The press is doing everything within their power to fight the magnificence of the phrase, "Make America Great Again," Trump tweeted. They can't stand the fact that this administration has done more than virtually any other administration in its first 2 years, he continued. They are truly the enemy of the people. The press is doing everything within their power to fight the magnificence of the phrase, "Make America Great Again." They can't stand the fact that this administration has done more than virtually any other administration in its first 2 years. They are truly the enemy of the people. Donald J. Trump at Real Donald Trump, April 5th, 2019. The president has previously described specific outlets and fake news as the enemy of the people, but so far had not used the characterization to describe the full press corps. Trump issued the tweet hours after he said he would not attend this year's White House Correspondents' Dinner, telling reporters that it was too negative. Trump previously declined to attend last year's dinner. Mossad's. It was not...
All right. So what changed his mind? Oh, yeah, let's get together and have dinner. Let's get together and have dinner, guys. Let's show everybody how great you guys are. The press corps. Yeah. Let's show everybody how great you guys are. The enemy from within. Trump calls Democrats more dangerous than U.S. foreign adversaries. Trump was answering a question about how he would handle any Washington bureaucrats who might try to undermine him in a potential second term. Former President Donald Trump called Democrats and others, so obviously this was just before he was reelected, called Democrats and others who have opposed or investigated him as the enemy from within in an interview that aired Sunday, describing them as more dangerous than major foreign adversaries of the United States, including Russia and China. Trump specifically singled out those whom he called lunatics that we have inside, like Adam Schiff, referring to the California representative and Democratic nominee for Senate, right? He also talked about Nancy Pelosi and many others, right? So, did they stage that shooting? Seems to me they staged it. I said that yesterday, talking about the shooting that happened the day before, right? So I looked at it and I'm like, this dog don't bark, right? There's something wrong here, right? There's too many things that are not quite right, right? Too many things that are not quite like the other, right? All right. Now, when he spoke to the military, he called in all the military from all over the world to come in that weren't, needed, and filled up an auditorium. And so he spoke to them and he talked about some of this stuff. So the enemy within, the enemy of the people, and the Washington press corps has been basically ostracized, right? Their little get together, they thought they're going to get together, and you could see them after the shooting, or whatever that was, and they're leaving, and they're like boozing it, they're drinking what's left on the tables, they're taking unopened bottles and stuffing them in their purses and underneath their coats. What a bunch of enemy of the people, all right? Enemy of the people. So they basically, showed what they are. So clown world with Obama. So let's bring you back to Obama. So Obama basically had his little statements of what happened that night. Of course, he's got to throw his little pea brain 2 cents in. Clown world. Obama thinks Trump's would-be assassin's motive is mystery wrapped in an enigma, right? So who else said that? That was, they were talking about the Enigma machine, I believe. That was back in World War II. Former President Barack Obama insisted Sunday the details of the motives of an armed man who allegedly tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Association dinner were unknown, hours after a media outlet published the suspect's manifesto. Cole Allen, 31-year-old teacher from Torrance, California, appeared in court today, arraigned on charges of using a firearm in a violent crime and assaulting a federal officer. All right. So this is some of the things that were said, although we don't yet have the details about the motives behind last night's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's incumbent upon all of us to reject the idea that violence has any place in our democracy. Although the Democrats have been calling for that against Republicans for quite some, and conservatives for quite some time, all the way back to the Civil War, right? Obama wrote, "It's also a sobering reminder of the courage and sacrifice that U.S. Secret Service agents show every day, even though Democrats have voted or not voted to fund them for over 2 months now. I'm grateful to them and thankful that the agent who was shot is going to be okay. Obama did not immediately respond to a request for comment from the Daily Caller News Foundation. In the manifesto sent to his family minutes before he allegedly exchanged gunfire with U.S. Secret Service agents, Allen declared his intention to target senior Trump administration officials, with the notable exception of FBI Director Kash Patel. And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes, Allen wrote. Why didn't you do anything about Joe Biden then? Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago. But this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. Allen stated that any Trump administration official, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest, would be a target of his planned rampage. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that, Allen wrote. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. He doesn't really want to shoot them, but hey, they're there hanging out with who he believes is a rapist, a pedophile, and a traitor. Man, that just sounds like all those deep state bubbas, right? And that's what we've been, revealing for quite some time now. But maybe that manifesto is a message to everyone out there that you think Trump's those things. What about all the other people? All right. So I think that this is being revealed. I don't think Trump wanted to have dinner with those a-holes, right? I think they planned this and no one got hurt. All right. So everyone, even Carrie Lake, people that were there, the White House, press secretary was like, there's going to be shots fired tonight before the event happened. She was heard speaking to the press. So, I think they're basically telegraphing, and they're telegraphing and exposing the press. This was another press exposure, guys. So regardless of whether, they planned it or staged it or if it was just some kind of unusual, everything just seemed off, but it didn't happen. It happened the way it did. I don't think so. So Carrie Lake, she was there. She said the security at this event is atrocious. I've never seen anything like it. If you had a ticket, they barely looked at it and just waved you in. They didn't look in bags, nothing. So sounds like they were just going to shut it down right from the beginning, guys. And that's what they did. All right. It's very interesting these days. Right? So, I'm observing, I'm watching. These are just my thoughts. I don't know. It could have happened that way, but maybe there's nothing like that, right? Maybe it really happened the way it did, and things were just so screwed up like that, which I completely doubt. I mean, we're in a war right now with Iran, and you really think they would have security that lax? No, they wouldn't, right? Do you think that Secret Service is that slow? One guy was even commenting. He said that the reason why Trump, took that long because he was telling Secret Service take care of my wife. And the reason why he went down is because his wife was crawling out or something. I can tell you, having worked those details, guys, when you're in charge of security, and when you move somebody, and when it's time for someone, high value target, to get moved, you move them. They don't talk to you like, oh, no. I'm gonna raise my fist here. No, stop, my wife. And no, stop, I'm gonna do this. Oh, where are my shoes? No. It's like, they're out of there. You see any of these, you look at any of these shootings that have happened for real, there's so much security on that person, they're gone, right? It's done, right? So, yeah, I think it was staged. Right? And it was staged to basically, ruin the correspondence dinner, because he does not like them. He thinks they're the enemy of the people. He's been pointing that out for over a decade, right? So I think this is what we're looking at. All right, guys, stay in the love vibration. Keep it on mind. And we're going to see a lot more of this stuff get revealed. At some point, we're probably going into Iran and take down that terrorist group that's, trying to run the world. It's not going to happen. And these people that are in the press that are evil too, they're probably going to go by too, right? Soon. All right. Lots of love, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. First Amendment of the Constitution, right to free speech, has been under attack on social media for at least 6 years now, going on more. Now that many of us were bringing to humanity, I being one of those in the early stages of it. I started in December of 2019, and then in January of 2021, on a daily basis, the bioweapon attack, right? That was created in China laboratories, right? Under the help of Anthony Fauci. Some of us have heard, some of us have been, talking about this for many, many years. Many scientists, bioweapon scientists and so forth, came out about that. For myself, in the SEAL teams for 24 years and in the CIA for 11 years, we looked at bioweapons, right? We looked at them, and that was one of the things that we thought was going to be the next major attack. And sure enough, on December 2019, those attacks started in China and started spreading around the world, right? So we have, learned a lot since then. Now, when I started to reveal, I also started to reveal of ways that you could protect yourself. One of those was taking grapefruit rind, boiling it, and making your own hydroxychloroquine. That was heavily suppressed throughout social media. So that was the first indication that I saw that the First Amendment, constitutional right to free speech, was being decimated. Who was doing it, right? So we look at Big Pharma. They seem to have still a lot of control. And a lot of people have talked about that. I've talked about it on shows. There's lots of discussion about that. But I think, wink, wink, we can say pretty much that is a real thing, right? But for those social media sites, this one that I'm broadcasting from, they still seem to be under their thumb, right? So we have to be very careful of the things that we share that can help humanity. And I just saw Dr. Judy Mankiewicz was on a show, Scott McKay on Rumble. And she was talking about how they will do another attack, right? They being deep state, right? Other bad actors and so forth that did the last attack. But the only thing that protects us is that we share information, that we share ways to protect ourselves, and that we gather together and push back, that we don't do that masking, that we don't self-isolate in the things that they want us to do, right? To try and manipulate and control us. So it is, going to be, I think in the future, very, very, problematic for the deep state, because we're waking up and we're sharing information and we're sharing methods that, keep us safe and well. So one of those that I've been sharing for a long time is LifeWave. And I had David Schmidt, who's the founder of LifeWave, came out and talked about how the patches, the X39, could, push back and help us against the bioweapon attack that went into our arms, right? Not my arms and not a lot of your arms, but in many people's arms. A very great number of humanity succumbed to the MK Ultra attack on consciousness and forced people to pretty much get something that was not good for them, right? So there are ways that we can overcome that. And if we, work together and share information, then we can, not only survive, but thrive, right? So on my website, lifewavemichaeljaco.com, there is new technology that's come out from David Schmidt. It's the X2O. It's a water machine. And it is the next generation in wellness. So his patches, his Celergize, and then the LifeWave X2O water machine goes to the next level. And so if you look at my website, you will see that. Now, as of now, you have to be on a waiting list to get the X2O water machine. Now, I have the water machine, and so do a lot of other people, but and 3,000 of them have actually been, distributed at this point. So the water machine, what does it do? How does it help you? What's so special about it? It's basically infusing your body with light. So when God said, "Let there be light," and there was light in the world, we are beings of light. Now, when we're compromised, when we're sick, when we have health issues, that's usually a lack of light. So this water machine actually infuses us with light and helps us overcome lots of different problems, makes us not only well, but takes us to another level. For me, it's helped me overcome a lot of different things that were troubling me. These things that have helped me and other people, may not work for you. We have to say that, of course, wink, wink, but there are many things that, the water machine has been helping, including those people that have been in hospice. Some people that have been drinking water from the water machine have left hospice, right? So, and what is the problem with a lot of people is the lack of light, right, in their bodies. So, infusing the body with light, overcomes a lot of different things. So hydrated, but still tired, unfocused, or run down. This machine basically gives cellular hydration, energy and metabolic support, smooth and unique taste, removes contaminants from the body. It's wellness from within and antioxidant activity. So this is water reimagined. All right, so you can go through this, gives you excellent insights. You want to begin with X39, the patches, elevate with Celergize, and amplify with LifeWave X2O. So we recommend that you're on the X39 and then upgrade to the Celergize, which is basically a morning and evening, which the morning one has buckhorn extract, which is known to help the stem cells activate, which the X39 does as well. So combined, you're activating your stem cells. Then, of course, uniqueness. It's a patented light infusion technology, infuses light into the water you drink. It's the only one of its kind. There's never been anything like it. There's nothing like it out there, right? So it's fantastic, backed by science, built for wellness, and supports your wellness. And results are in seconds. So when I first drank the water, I noticed like my throat chakra seemed like light was coming from my throat chakra. My brain seemed like it lit up. I felt light. It's been fantastic. And most people get incredible results right away, right? So these are some of the things that you can also experience, with the water machine. And let's go into what David is saying about the water machine. So the water machine is the result of 7 years worth of research and millions of dollars that David has put into, researching and developing the LifeWave X2O machine. So here he is talking about it.
I've been doing for the past 2 years when I've been talking about X2O. I've really been going over the development behind it and what the discovery was that led to this. And for those people that hadn't heard it before, I had made this discovery, this observation on light emission from lobsters, and that the wavelengths of light coming off specific regions in lobsters, namely the blood for one, the shell for another, that there was a mathematical code that linked them all together. And you could find this exact same code in the very first sentence of the book of Genesis. So I talked about that quite a bit. I've shown results from our clinical studies, but I realized that up until now, I haven't really explained the science behind this on how it's possible to trap light inside of water. So your team tonight, this is going to be the first time I've ever talked about this. So I'm really excited about that.
That's amazing. Yeah, you've got the floor. Let's go for it.
All right, let's do it. So hopefully I can share screen here. All right. Okay. Okay, so of course we're talking about X2O, and this is the first and the only water technology that will infuse water with light. Now, the benefit to this is that because the light gets trapped inside the water, when you drink the water, the light is released inside the body. So what are going to be the benefits to this, and how exactly do we do this? How is it possible? So first, we'll go over what the legal compliant claims are. Our studies, when we do them, we show a whole variety of different benefits, and then we have to put those studies in front of our legal. So some of the benefits that you can expect from this system is that first, it's going to improve hydration. So you can think of this like a structured water product. Normally, we take different types of minerals, add it to water, and it will cause the water to form a structure. So this reduces the surface tension in the water, and that makes the water enter the inside of the cell much more efficiently. So when we're talking about improving hydration, that's what we're really talking about. We see improvements in energy production, improvements in metabolism. You'll notice right away that the water is extremely smooth. Most people can drink an entire glass of this water very quickly because it is so smooth. It displays antioxidant activity, amongst other things. And of course, we have a filtration system, a dual stage filtration system for removing contaminants. We've also designed this system to work with X39 and Celergize. So a good way to use this is to put your Celergize into the X2O water when you start your day, along with an X39 patch on the back of your neck.
Now, what I do, and the first thing that I do when I get up in the morning, is I drink a full glass, about 15 ounces of the X2O water. And like David's saying, it's very smooth. I drink it right down. And, you know, it rehydrates me. I wait a little bit. Then I do a cup of coffee. I wait a little bit longer. You know, I go through my emails and catch up on what's going on in the world on the internet. And then I do the Celergize AM. And I do it with the X2O water. And like David's saying, it's very smooth. And with the, Celergize, it mixes very easily. With regular water, it doesn't mix as easily. You can mix it, of course, but it takes a little bit more. But with the X2O water, it mixes very quickly. And you taste it. It's very, very delicious, very smooth. I take my supplements with it as well, because not only does it, go into the system very quickly because of the X2O water, but some people need some kind of, food or something when they take their supplements. So that's what the Celergize does. But for me, the Celergize, along with my supplements, they get absorbed very quickly. I would not take medications with it. It's not that it's not recommended. You can try it, of course, but I would say that they're going to absorb into the body much, much faster. So you have to be your own judge of that. But as far as like supplements, I love to take it with my supplements, because my supplements get absorbed extremely well, right?
All of these three products work together really, really well, and they have great benefits. So the basic way that we could describe the system, there's more to it than this, but the first and the most important part is that we have this light infusion technology, which I'll be talking about tonight, about how exactly that works. And then we have two different stages of filtration, which are on the side of the unit. One of these stages is going to put hydrogen into the water. However, the benefits that you get from drinking this water are not exclusively from hydrogen. The primary benefits are from the light infusion. So in fact, when we did our first 5 clinical studies, it was only on the light infused water. We hadn't infused it with hydrogen at that point. Okay. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. So light has been around a pretty long time. Light's been around from the very beginning of creation. But what exactly is light? What's interesting is that for most of recorded history, however long you believe history is, the greatest minds historically have not been able to clearly state what light is. Many people have had guesses, but we haven't been able to define it. And what's remarkable is that our health completely depends on light. Our body is designed to process light, and we even have photons, biophotons of light inside of our body, yet we've had a difficult time defining exactly what it is. So that's an important question. So then, how do we exactly go about infusing light into water? That doesn't seem like it would be something that would be possible. So is there a scientific way to explain this? And there is. So to understand the complexity of this problem, we're going to take a very brief tour on the history of the science of light. And then you'll get a better idea of what I'm talking about here. So first, in 1672, we have Isaac Newton, one of the greatest scientists of all time. His thinking at that point in time was that light was a stream of particles. And he did these experiments with prisms, and he determined that light was a particle. And because Newton was so prominent. You have to remember, he gave us a gravitational constant because Newton was so highly regarded. His theory or hypothesis that light was composed of particles was accepted back in that day. But yet, right around the same time, other scientists were saying, well, wait a minute now. Light seems to behave like a wave. Light will reflect, light will bend. This seems to act more like a wave than a particle. So there's these two opposing scientific views. Which is it? Then in 1801, you have Thomas Young. Now, this is a very famous experiment called the double slit experiment. And it's so famous, people still talk about it today because it has some very powerful implications. But quite simply, you run photons of light through these two slits. And you can even turn the emitter down where the emitter is only emitting one photon at a time. And what you get are these bands of light. Some are dark and some are not as intense. And this would indicate that light is a wave. So in other words, you can imagine some waves adding to one another and some waves colliding together and becoming destructive. And that would lead to either an intense light or a less intense light. So this experiment seemed to prove that light is in fact a wave.
So this is the beauty of David's information. David is definitely the Tesla of our time. And, he went to, some laboratories, Edison's laboratory when he was a little boy. And after that, he told his father that he wanted to be a scientist like Edison. And I think, Tesla, very, very advanced technology. This is where David Schmidt is. So this is the beauty of, having David as the inventor of LifeWave. And I've had him on half a dozen or more shows. And we've talked about a lot of these technologies over time. He's brilliant. I've been to his laboratory. It is Tesla level information, guys. So definitely one of those things that, like I was saying in the beginning, they want to restrict, but this information is coming out. Now, I've unfortunately had a lot of my information over time been restricted. My channel's taken down. Even to this day, I get massive attacks when I share this information. People come in and try and inhibit the information, try and attack me and the people that I'm sharing this information with. So it is obviously trying to be restricted still. But this is amazing. This is coming out. This will continue to come out. And this is a magnificent time to be sharing, to be alive, and to see this information come out on this level.
Then, of course, in the 1860s, you have James Clerk Maxwell, and he's known for Maxwell's equations. These are 4 equations that link electricity and magnetism. And one of the important things about the discovery that Maxwell made was that electromagnetism was self-propagating. What that meant was that you had an electric part, a magnetic part, and an electromagnetic wave would oscillate between these two. Now, he wanted to know at what speed does an electromagnetic wave propagate, and he calculated it to be the speed of light. So he reasoned that light must be an electromagnetic wave. So this seemed to settle any argument about what light is. Light is an electromagnetic wave. Then you have Albert Einstein. Now, we, of course, usually recognize Einstein for the theory of relativity, but in fact, he won his Nobel Prize for his discovery of the photoelectric effect. And what was important about this is that photoelectric effect is that if you take a piece of metal and you shine a light on it, you'll get electrons coming off. But what was found was that the emission of electrons from the metal would depend on the wavelength or the frequency of light. In other words, you could shine a red light on the metal and not get any electron emission, but then you could shine a blue light on it, and now we got electron emission. So that means that light is behaving more like a particle. So this was later renamed photons. So you can see the inherent problem here. We have experiments that are showing that light is a wave. And then you have experiments that are showing that light is a particle. So which is it? I thought we just proved that light was a wave. So is it a particle or a wave? And you can imagine now when people are skeptical about things, this is something that you can point to. Something as simple as light that we live with every day. The greatest minds, the greatest scientific minds in history didn't know exactly what it is. Then you have Richard Feynman, Nobel Prize winner, brilliant guy, between around 1940 and 1953, along with these other scientists, they come up with quantum electrodynamics. And quantum electrodynamics, what's really interesting about it is that it's the most precisely measured and tested area of physics. In other words, the calculations, the formulas that are used in QED have been shown to have an accuracy out to 12 decimal places. So this is not speculative. And in QED, light is thought of as a quantum object, meaning it is neither a particle or a wave. Photons can behave like a wave, or photons can behave like a particle, but they're actually neither. If you have photons being emitted from a source like the sun, in quantum electrodynamics, it would be said that that photon can take any path possible. And the photon is measured by its disturbance or excitation of space. But it usually will travel in a straight line in accordance with classical physics. But we want to think of photons as not being like these little balls, but rather these objects that show up in space. And that's important because it has everything to do with the X2O system. So that's a little bit of background, but you're probably wondering, what does any of this have to do with X2O? So now let's go ahead. There we go. Let's go ahead and talk about this now. We're going to fast forward to 2008 to Dr. Luc Montagna. And actually, when I invented X39, I was contacted by his office, which was an enormous honor just to be in dialogue with his office. And Dr. Montagna won the Nobel Prize for co-discovering HIV, but he quickly, after this period of time, migrated over towards homeopathy. And he had a belief that there could be, in fact, a scientific explanation for how homeopathy worked. And he was heavily criticized for this, which is interesting given that he won the Nobel Prize. But he believed that quantum electrodynamics could explain how coherent domains could be formed in water. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with homeopathy, let's use an example. Let's say, because we're getting into summer, that some of you have allergies, and let's say that you're allergic to pollen coming off of trees. You could take the pollen and you could put it into water, shake it. It's actually called succession, where you create a shock wave through the water. Then you dilute the water and you shake it again, dilute it, shake it again, until finally there's no pollen that's left in the water. All that's left is a coherent vibration. and then you stabilize it with something like alcohol or glycerin. And of course, many people in the scientific community have thought that homeopathy is quackery, but of course, that doesn't really matter because homeopathy happens to work. So Dr. Montaigne wanted to say, well, how can we go about modernizing the concept of homeopathy? And his belief was, okay, we can look at water and we could say maybe there are these coherent resonant domains that are being formed in water. How would that work exactly? Well, water is a dipole, right? So we know water is H2O, just pure water, not talking about any minerals in there. But water is effectively a dipole. So dipoles are used in radio transmission. Dipoles are used to propagate or receive electromagnetic waves. And liquid water is an open system that can interact with electromagnetic fields. So we can see when you take a photon of light and it interacts with an object or a material like water, now it's going to come out of, let's say, the quantum domain and into our reality, and it's going to manifest itself as an electromagnetic wave or an electromagnetic field. So under very specific conditions, water dipoles can create these coherent domains. What does that look like? Coherent domain consists of molecules of water that oscillate in phase with a trapped electromagnetic field. What does that mean exactly? When you have molecules of water that get stimulated by wavelengths of light, we can create, under the right conditions, we can create oscillations that go from one dipole to another. And when that happens, you get a resonant cavity. And this resonant cavity becomes self-sustaining. So some of you have asked the question, well, how long does X2O remain stable after it dispenses from the machine? Well, that's going to depend. Are you exposing it to microwaves? Are you exposing it to ambient light? Are you changing the temperature? It will remain stable depending on what conditions it is stored under. But the important thing here is that we have, I would very clearly say this is a hypothesis because we haven't proved it. What we've proved through our clinical studies is that when you drink this light-treated water, it has very profound, novel biological effects. So we can measure when within 15 seconds of people drinking the water that there are measurable changes that occur that are very favorable inside the human body. So our working hypothesis is that what we're doing is we're creating, because of the X2O process, we're creating these self-sustaining resonant cavities that light or electromagnetic oscillations are being trapped and contained. That may be more information than you wanted to know, but there it is regardless. So this is the method that was patented that I came up with for trapping light in water. So important question now is what happens when you drink the water? Well, first, we're not going to go through this in great detail because I've done this previously and I want to get to your questions. But we've had multiple bioelectrical tests. So we could have something like EEG, heart rate variability. We have people connected to this. We take a baseline reading, have them drink a glass of water, and the average response time is 15 seconds. You can start to see changes in readings. I think on the first study, the worst that we did was 2 minutes. That was 1 person out of 20. 100% of the people have had measurable changes. In our studies now, it's about 300 people. We have never, not once, been able to see a person that would not respond to X2O. We have people that drink the water and say, well, I don't feel anything. But when you connect people onto equipment, 100% of the time, we see a measurable change. Now, some of the things I've been really excited about, because it's so unusual to see this with a water product. We expect improvements in hydration. We can expect improvements in energy and energy flow. But what's really interesting about X2O, because we're trapping 6 different wavelengths of light, we're able to turn on energy production and protein synthesis in the cells. So we see an improvement in metabolism of specific amino acids. We see improvements in metabolism for improving cognition. Glycine, which of course is associated with longevity. It's a backbone for GHK and glutathione. Valine, of course, valine is necessary for muscle protein synthesis, for collagen, proline for collagen formation, alanine, of course, we know forms carnosine and AHK, and leucine is the key amino acid that's going to turn on mTOR, or muscle protein synthesis. And we even see activation of the KP pathway, which is used to manufacture NAD. And of course, a lot of people are interested in NAD these days because it's known to act.
So I've been a bodybuilder. Every bodybuilding contest that I've competed in, I've trophied in. Just more recently, 5 years ago, after a long hiatus of over 17 years, I did a bodybuilding contest and won. So there's definitely, you can build muscle to an advanced age, like I guess I am, in my 60s. But what I have noticed after drinking, of course, using the LifeWeight patches, and now with the X2O water, is that normally I go through a cycle, and this is what all bodybuilders do. You build muscle, you put on weight, you build muscle, and you do that during an off season, which is usually the winter time. And what I've noticed is I've started to lean down, and when you lean down, you start to increase your repetitions. Now you do less reps when you're building muscle in the off season, and then as you move into the spring, which we're in now, you increase your reps, and you start to lessen your intake of certain foods and so forth, and you begin to lean down. Now, normally when you do this, you start to have to back off on how much weight you do. This is the first time in my entire life that I've been working out with weights, and I've been working out with weights for 50 plus years, that I've actually been able to increase the amount of weight that I have been using as I'm increasing my repetitions. I've never experienced this before, and the only thing that's different is I'm using the X2O and building muscle while I'm leaning down. This is unheard of. So very interesting.
Two of the sirtuin genes for producing anti-aging effects. So that's in fact something that we did measure in an in vitro study. So we saw this in vivo in human beings through metabolism, and also in vitro work that we're getting increases in NAD. So if this is something that you're interested in, I would recommend, instead of buying an expensive NAD supplement, that you just get common niacin. Make sure you have enough vitamin B3 niacin in your diet, and you have the precursor to make NAD. And of course, when we do subjective questionnaires in our clinical study, we have people that report, hey, I drank a glass of X2O, I have more energy. People report improved mental clarity within minutes of drinking X2O. We've even measured improvements in circulation, and the benefits last generally 3 to 5 hours after drinking first glass. So in summary, with X2O, we're going to see improved hydration, and this is absolutely critical for optimum energy production and anti-aging. We're going to get antioxidant benefits from the infused hydrogen. The results are extraordinarily fast. What I recommend is for people to drink the water on an empty stomach. You can sit for a moment and feel the water working its way through your body. We can measure significant improvements in bioelectrical activity in the body. Improvements in metabolism, nutrient absorption. You can take a regular glass of water, put Celergize morning in it, and then you can take a glass of X2O. You'll actually see that the ingredients in Celergize dissolve more easily into X2O than regular tap water. And of course, that's one of the reasons why X2O is part of our product line, is because it complements all of our patches and our nutrition system. So with that.
All right, so as you guys can see, it's a massive improvement in wellness on many different levels that David has invented. We're gonna find out a lot more stuff in the future of things that this is doing. Now, again, if you want to experience this, you can go to my website, LifeWaveMichaelJaco.com, and that's going to have all the information on the water machine that you can look into and find out even more information on it. If you go hover over the water machine, you see the power of synergy. So that gives you the X39 and Celergize, and it gives you deeper information about all three. Now, if you do want to join and you haven't joined my team yet, we're approaching. Thank you, everyone that's joined my team. We're almost at 10,000 total. I have multiple people that help me, advance and grow my team. So if you're interested in joining my team, there's great information here. You can join as a brand partner. You can join as little as $25 and then purchase products, or you can go for the core, advanced plus, and premium, or you can go as a retail customer, preferred customer, or preferred customer plus. These are all talked about, as you can see here. The future's now, and you can also look at each one of the patches, gives you deeper insights on them. And if you need, more information, there's info at michaelkjaco.com. You can click that and fill out a form, and it will give you more information. And someone on my team will contact you and get you the information that you need. Right. So great new experience that's coming for all of us. Looking forward to sharing this product with a lot of you and getting your feedback. In 1 minute, as I come off of this show, I go on to a show. It's called Miracle Monday. We've been doing it for several years now. You can go into my Facebook or any of my social media, and you're going to see that information. So look forward to having you guys join us in my team. And we have a great team. We're growing very quickly. We're helping people advance, use the patches, share the patches, and if you're up to it, building a business. And so looking forward to seeing more of you guys in the future. And thank you very much, and we'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm a Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. You are witnessing the greatest transfer of wealth the world has ever known, global military alliance movement in the history of the world, rescue of tortured children the world has ever seen, all for the purpose of eliminating Satan-worshipping deep state players who planned to rule the world and eliminate you in the process. Trust the plan. U.S. government closed as would other nations' governments, which meant Trump was activating martial law worldwide, which meant Trump was forming a restored republic that would abide by concepts of the original Constitution and encouraging other nations to do the same, which meant having free and fair elections that in the U.S. were expected by July 4th, 2026, which meant forming a global gold asset-backed economy. So on Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, all banks worldwide were scheduled to switch from the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the gold asset-backed quantum financial system, which would take away the cabal's stolen money supply, which would take down the deep state cabal, which meant Trump could and would give the people's monies back to the people. We would be free from debt. President Trump secretly signed an executive order declaring the nation to be under martial law. The purpose was to create a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. Trump actually won the 2020 election by an over 80% margin, according to a military count of official watermarked ballots that traced which votes were valid or not. Before Trump left office in 2021, he not only had extensive proof of 2020 election fraud, but as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. military and global military alliance, he had gathered thousands of indictments ruled upon by grand juries in various states against global and political elites, mainly charged with treason, pedophilia, and human trafficking. Trump has begun making mass arrests of those elites, including 80% of Congress. In December 2020, with the nation under martial law, Biden was arrested, charged, convicted in a military tribunal, and executed for sedition and treason. Biden's so-called presidential inauguration was actually his funeral that was partially filmed on a Hollywood movie set and in a fake White House built for the purpose. Now, with most of Congress already arrested and facing tribunals, that movie, played by actors and clones for 6 years since 2020, was coming to an end. Soon, an emergency broadcast system will introduce all including martial law to the public until fair and transparent elections can be held. The EBS will also ask the public to stay in place of their choice for 3 days of darkness when planned cyber attacks will decimate satanic sites around the world. Planes and trains will be grounded across the globe. Communications will be cut, TV, radio, and the internet down. Cell phones only work for 911 calls or with a special app the military will hand out to the public. A partial worldwide lockdown will continue for 10 days where a single website and web channel will broadcast disclosure of events 8 hours a day in a loop. In the middle of it all, on Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, the worldwide gold asset-backed quantum financial system will replace the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system. President Trump has arranged for citizens worldwide to be reimbursed monies taken by the cabal. Be prepared for a worldwide lockdown with food, essentials, and cash for 10 to 12 days as banks will be closed, plus credit, debit cards, and ATMs won't work. EBS blackout, martial law lockdowns. Sunday, April 26th, there's going to be a big biblical scenario where they make out it's World War III, but really they are activating militaries, then bombing all of these satanic landmarks, enacting Jasara's funds, and We the People rebuild. White hats alive. The event, it is biblical. 34 satanic buildings and dams will fall. Rods of God do. What are some of the very big satanic Illuminati landmarks in the world? Q showed us them. Vatican, Buckingham Palace, White House times 2, USA and Germany. 3 Gorgeous Dam in China, CERN on the Swiss-French border, possible. Big Pharma in Wuhan equals Israel. Worldwide, planes and trains grounded, lights, power switched off briefly while changing over to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers, data centers hit and turned off for good. 99.5% of crypto gone. China coins. Enter ISO 20022 coins backed by precious metals. World War III scare event. Nuke sirens. Water event. Stock market crash. Global martial law. Castle Rock scenario. Julian Assange. Quantum systems. Project Odin switched on. Nisara Jasara RV. Election flipping via military courts. FISA. Military tribunals. Confessions. 10-day movies. 3 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will be running EBS to cover the whole world. Israel, Khazarians control CCP, the media, etc. The Israeli Mossad control the world's media. Out of the U.S., Project Odin, as mentioned by Rod CodeMonkey Z, is a powerful anti-deplatforming tool. Project Odin is part of Quantum Starlink. Our new quantum systems are to be protected by secret space programs out of the cabal's reach. Q2337 tells you Mossad media assets will be removed. Think people like Alex Jones, Anderson Cooper, etc., and also Mossad satellites. Israeli intelligence stand down. Media assets will be removed. This part of 2527 tells you that something powerful is going to knock out Mossad media satellites. This will black out the media worldwide. Switch us over to the quantum systems. This is Project Odin. All in all, give the reason to activate the military EBS. If you look up the Turksat rocket that launched from the USA in January, you will see it was specifically for military comms to people's TVs and radios in Africa, Middle East, Europe, and Central Asia. The event has many facets to it. The worldwide blackout to change over to Tesla energy, knocking out media satellites, QFS, rods of God on dams in 34 buildings, and much, much more. 34 buildings will be in the event. They are very significant, i.e. White House, Royal Castle, Buckingham Palace, Vatican, Getty Museum, Playboy Mansion, and the like. This will surely make the stock market collapse, as will precision cyber linked to Executive Orders 13818 and 13848. It is all a show. Swapping from Rothschild central bank notes to rainbow treasury notes, now backed by precious metals. Are we still comfy, or are we scared? A little bit of both is normal. Trump keeps his promises. Have faith in the Lord our God. He will comfort you through the storm. Who saw in January up to 10 countries at once have their power all turned off by the Space Force? Just before that, Israel had that happen for 30 minutes too. This is a few years ago, by the way. If they can turn 10 at once off altogether, they can do to the whole lot. Welcome to Tesla. Blackout necessary. Have a look at all the global military exercises now being put in place. It's all happening in front of you. It's the largest global military operation in planet Earth's history. Transition to Jassara greatness. Now they just have to play out a fake World War III scenario to ring sirens in every national military command center. This is to justify to the entire world many things that have been taking place already. The fact that Jassara military law has been in place, the secret military tribunals, confessions, etc., the executions, the lot, and like all militaries normally do, they will help build new things. Saturday, April 25th, the global EBS announcement will come with 7 trumpets, sounding on our cell phones worldwide, quantum connected on Telegram. President Trump will give out 7 messages on our cell phones, instructing us to tune in to our TVs to the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS. The White House next step was MARS, Military Auxiliary Radio System. Starlink will have total dominance. Cabal backdoors eliminated. All screens, all channels around the world will carry out broadcasts in all major languages. The EBS will give out 7 messages from President Trump and urge us to tune into our TVs, radio, and internet, where full disclosure will be shown in sequenced 8-hour documentaries 3 times a day for 10 days to awaken the masses. Temporary global lockdown window is being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. 10 days of darkness window will open with the communications blackout to install secure systems. During that 10 days, the internet and ATMs will not work. Banks will be closed. All TV and radio programming will be taken over worldwide by Global Military Alliance broadcasts. Phones will only work for 911 calls worldwide, but we can obtain a signal app from the military which will secure the phones for regular use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption. Election fraud proof, child trafficking exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit bombshells. Saturday, April 25th, the White Hats versus Deep State inside the White Hat versus Deep State war was a very important battle for the next internet. Both the Deep State and the White Hats plan to kill the current internet. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. The Deep State's internet would be digitalized with internet passports. Those passports would only be those who cooperate with their rules, standards, and regulations of the cabal's online banking system. The deep state has a plan to control the world through their own internet, where they have control over all people through banking and social networks. This new internet they wanted to launch was called the Great Reset, or Restarting the Internet. And by the way, there's a book that Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum and the Cabal, he wrote called The Great Reset, which explains it all. The White Hat's internet, which was ready to be immediately released by Tim Berners-Lee, has the most advanced security and unbreakable encrypted system ever created to serve mankind. It has AI systems that identify online pedophilia, human trafficking networks, and world money laundering systems. Incubated in the new internet's many features was its purpose of saving the world from its present corrupt status. It contained an advanced AI that eradicates homelessness and third world poverty. It's designed to end all wars, given generational healing through high technology that uses advanced systems connected to Tesla. Global currency reset. Saturday, May 2nd, all banks across the globe would shift from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, Bruce the Big Call. Notifications for Tier 4B to receive exchange appointments could happen over the weekend, with exchanges starting by Tuesday, April 28th. Sunday, April 26th, Trump flipped the switch for Saturday, May 2nd activation of worldwide quantum financial system. Confirmed from Cheyenne Mountain. Web 3.0 ISO 20022. The Quantum Digital Asset Initiative is live. Trump has approved the first ever QFS crypto, a gold-backed digital currency under military oversight. Tier 4B wallets are now in active sync mode. Test transfers began across Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas under Project Delta Phoenix. The old financial system is bleeding out. The era of fiat currency ends. SWIFT is dying. The future is quantum. On Saturday, May 2nd, all banks will shift to the QFS grid under Activation 0. Every transaction will be gold-backed, traceless, and outside cabal control. Wall Street is panicking. The media is silent. Monday, April 26th will be remembered as the day the Matrix broke, not because everything changed instantly, but because the illusion finally collapsed. Nasara Jassar connected on Telegram. The lies about debt, about money, about your worth, they have built an empire on those fictions. Nasara Jassar is not a theory anymore. It's structure, it's tech, it's law, and it's about to become visible. On Monday, you'll see encrypted alerts tied to your national ID or phone signature. First wave biometric wallet logins open across verified nations. Partial debt reconciliations appearing as system recalculations. Global emergency communication drills disguised as public safety tests. Friday, April 24th, attention, crucial announcement. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Tier 4B Internet Group is officially active. This is the beginning of a new era. The revolutionary ideas and the concept of Nasara are taking the final form of execution and implementation. It is our great honor to announce the launch of the Tier 4B Internet Group. Sunday, April 26th, QFS is set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday, April 27th should be a go for Tier 4B, according to a high-up source. It was rumored that the Chinese elders who were backing the global currency reset with their gold had bought all the cabal's central banks across the world. Those banks had long been bankrupt and running on fiat monies that their leader, U.S. Inc., printed at their convenience. Those international banks were now merging with the QFS and taking a different role. They would no longer have access to individual bank accounts. All banks were converting to XRP Ripple digital gold asset-backed currency.
The U.S. has been lying about its gold for 50 years. Mr. Poole on Telegram. They opened the vault. For the first time since 1974. Someone walked into Fort Knox and looked. What they found will collapse the system. Only 17% of the gold meets international purity standards. The rest? Low-grade ingots. Impure bars. Metal that no central bank on Earth would accept. They told you 4,580 metric tons sat in that vault. Worth over $400 billion. The backbone of the dollar. It was a lie. Trump knew. Musk knew. That's why they pushed the audit. Not to check the books. To expose the fraud. And now the dominoes are falling. Germany, withdrawing its gold from U.S. vaults. Saudi Arabia, withdrawing. France, withdrawing. They're pulling their reserves out of America because they know what the audit found. The vault is empty. The dollar is naked. Now ask yourself, who built this system? 1913. Jekyll Island. 7 men. 1 secret meeting. They created the Federal Reserve, a private bank that prints America's money and charges interest on every dollar. Not government-owned. Not audited. Private. For 113 years, they printed. They inflated. They enslaved every American with debt designed to never be repaid. And no president dared touch them. Kennedy tried. Executive Order 11,110. He authorized the Treasury to print silver-backed currency, bypassing the Fed. 5 months later, he was dead. No president signed a similar order since. Until now. Gold Honer just hit $5,589, all-time record. J.P. Morgan projects $6,300 by December. The smart money isn't buying stocks. It's buying metal. They know what's coming. BRICS just launched BRICS Pay, bypassing SWIFT entirely. Russia, China, India, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, all move into gold-backed trade. The dollar's share of global reserves, 57%, the lowest in recorded history. The old system is dying, because what replaces it changes everything. QFS, Quantum Financial System, asset-backed, unhackable, traceable. No more printing. No more inflation. No more invisible debt. They told you it was a conspiracy theory. They told you the same about the gold being gone. Both were true. The Fed is cornered. The vaults are exposed. The world is pulling its gold. A new system is being built right now, where they tell you everything is fine. It's not fine. It's over. The 130-year reign of the Federal Reserve is ending, and the man who ended it survived everything they threw at him.
Saturday, April 25th, Charlie Ward. We're about to see the biggest crash in history. You'll never ever see another crash like this. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. It's like being on a plane and all of the engines fail. All of the banking system is failing right now in plain sight. All of it. And the plane, without any engines, will crash. Why can't we just repair it? Like an aerospace engineer hopping out the window at 30,000 feet. It doesn't work like that. We're going to crash, and the crash is not going to be nice. It's down to each and every one of you to brace yourself, prepare yourself. The world's financial system, the mainstream media, the government, they're all going to crash. My job is to guide you through the crash so that when we land, you don't lose all of your possessions. What we think we know as of Monday, April 27, 2026. Saturday, April 25th, Fox News. U.S. military crushing the Iran blockade. The United States is enforcing total dominance. 34 ships have turned around and complied with the blockade. The massive 965-foot container ship, Tuska, tried to breach it after ignoring hours of warnings and 5 warning shots. The U.S. Navy fired disabling shots into its engine room, deadened the ship, and U.S. Marines boarded and seized it by helicopter. Meanwhile, in the Indian Ocean, U.S. forces seized the massive Iranian oil tanker Tiffany, 2 million barrel capacity. Another large tanker, Majestic X, was also interdicted. The blockade is airtight. Nothing in, nothing out. America controls the seas. Trump's maximum pressure campaign is working. The regime is being strangled. No games, no weakness. Saturday, April 25th, 2026. Raw milk wasn't banned for your health. It was targeted by the Rockefellers in the 1900s to crush small dairy farms and boost their dairy empire profits. Power, not safety. Pasteurized the industry. White Hats on Telegram. Sunday, April 26, California election fraud. Chad Bianco says whenever there is an investigation into any type of election fraud in California, Democrats block the investigation. We're never going to know if our elections are secure because when law enforcement does legitimate investigations into the allegations, it's stopped by our current Democrat one-party rule in California, particularly our embarrassment of an attorney general. Californians are sick of voter fraud. They're sick of politics, and they believe there's voter fraud. But when we try to fix it, it is stopped. Great Awakening, now on Telegram. Sunday, April 26th, breaking update. Another assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. New details just revealed, Gazette Teller. A deep state gunman breached the Washington Hilton Ballroom checkpoint on April 25th, 2026, and opened fire on Secret Service agents protecting President Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. On Saturday evening, April 25th, Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old teacher and video game developer from Torrance, California, walked straight up to the metal detector outside the main ballroom of D.C.'s Hilton Hotel, packed with Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, the full cabinet, and every major regime media figure. He carried a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. All of those cabinet people should not have been in the same building. It's the vice president is supposed to always be kept separate from the president. Just very odd that was happening. He raised the shotgun and started blasting at point blank range. One Secret Service agent took a direct hit to the chest, but the vest stopped the round and kept him alive. Allen kept firing until agents tackled him to the ground and cuffed him alive. Allen arrived on foot carrying a backpack. He cleared initial outer screening, then hit the inner checkpoint right as Trump began remarks inside. Surveillance feeds caught him adjusting the shotgun under his jacket. No one stopped him. Senior Department of Homeland Security holdovers had overruled requests for full magnetometer coverage on every single entrance and limited the counter-assault footprint to avoid bad optics at a black-tie press event. Radio traffic between local D.C. police and federal agents shows warnings about a suspicious male with a heavy bag that got ignored in the command post. The exact same communications blackout that happened in Butler and at the Florida golf course. This was a stand down executed by the same bureaucracy Trump is purging right now. Allen did not act alone. He had encrypted apps on his phone, pinging overseas servers, and prior travel to known deep state adjacent activist hubs. His social media history shows nonstop hatred for Trump's mass deportation efforts and tariff walls. He posted about stopping the dictator weeks before the dinner. He also had an IDF sweatshirt. There's some connections to Israel. Yeah, federal agents seized everything within minutes, yet the same agencies that leak anti-Trump dirt every day suddenly claim they need months to analyze it. This is the third deep state attempt since Trump took office in January 2025. Butler in 2024, the golf course 2 months later, and now the Hilton. And how did he get into that Hilton? How did he know to be there? And there's just a lot of strange coincidences there. Each time the security plan came from the identical chain of command, still riddled with Obama-Biden holdovers who answer to the permanent intelligence apparatus. I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe Israel? Maybe false flag from Israel? I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. Saturday, April 25th update. Alcatraz becomes the new Gitmo. Military prepares island. Prison plans revealed. Project Odin, martial law, and telegram. Military teams are preparing to move on to Alcatraz Island in the coming weeks to transform the old prison into a high-security detention center. This establishes the new Gitmo on American soil. President Trump signed the order funding the full project from construction to operation. Cell blocks will hold up to 500 people with thick reinforced concrete, electronic locks, cameras everywhere, and biometric scanners on doors. Isolation units with separate air and sound controls target globally lead to destroyed American jobs, opened borders, and push damaging policies on citizens. Military tribunal rooms in the main building will host judges for treason, election interference, and economic sabotage cases. Advanced security ensures fast proceedings under Pentagon rules away from civilian courts. The island features top security, including razor wire fences with sensors, nonstop Coast Guard boat patrols, and drones monitoring miles of airspace. Only authorized military enter, while the bay location prevents escapes and rescues by elite protectors. Funding begins with $152 million redirected from foreign aid and wasteful spending. This uses taxpayer dollars to lock up those responsible for higher energy bills, factory closures, and community crime. Upcoming arrests target elites from finance, tech, and politics who backed open borders and offshore jobs. They arrive guarded at Alcatraz for asset seizure, with proceeds returning to Americans breaking deep state power. Work starts clearing tourist buildings, fixing structures, and adding wings, self-sufficient power generators and water systems, plus medical areas keep it independent. Initial cells open soon with tribunals following. The project dismantles the two-tier justice system that shielded rich globalist families hurt by bad policies now see accountability as border areas gain safety from the strong deterrent. Federal authority pushes the timeline forward without delays. It integrates with America First priorities like secure borders and domestic energy. Military equipment loads as teams train, and funding flows steadily. The elites confront the end of impunity. Trump has delivered. With Alcatraz as the new Gitmo, those trying to break America will face justice within its walls as the Republic prevails. And I'm assuming they're keeping Gitmo as well.
To get the scoop on what the hell's going on. And Kash Patel, is he going to resign? Is he stepping down? Is that all just psychological warfare? Look weak where you're really strong. What the hell's going on here, Juanito?
You give me a whole bunch of stuff all at the same time. First thing, they're going to do a news conference there at the White House in just a couple of minutes. And so that, because the correspondents are there at the correspondents' dinner, they can't get anything out because the Secret Service blocked all communications.
Let me play some of this so everyone can see. You can hear the gunshots, Juanito. I don't know if you heard that.
Yep.
That sounded like a high-powered rifle?
Well, you have to remember you're in a stairwell. It happened in a stairwell, and but he was wearing a vest that hit him in the vest. So
say that again, Juanito. Sorry, I was playing the video. Say that again.
Well, there was a Secret Service agent. It was in a stairwell, and the Secret Service agent got shot, but it was in his vest, and so he's going to be just fine. Going to have a big bruise, and according to what I've been told, and so now you have a crime scene, but it's also Trump was ready to continue on with the thing, but the protocols are in this kind of a situation, you don't just pick up and go. This is now a crime scene. So Trump has said he's going to reschedule this dinner with the correspondents in the next month so that they will still get to do what they were there to do, but which is appropriate. You don't leave it on.
So you're telling, because I heard he's in custody.
Yeah, he's in. That's my information. Yeah.
Okay, so I heard wrong. I mean, it's confusing, but you said it that he's dead. So let's play some more of this. Look, there's a lot of confusion. Isn't it crazy how people react? Like they're still sitting there, like, what's going on? Just looking around. Pretty wild, man. So, so he's safe, but could we chalk this up as to another assassination attempt, Juanito?
Well, you know, they were there on a mission. And certainly, if they show up with a gun, the president's present. You can imagine where they were going. So, the question is, how did they get in there? And by the way, you know, this is the exact same location where President Reagan was shot. You know, 50 years ago, 45 years ago. So, there's an interesting aspect to that too. But I'm sure people will draw all sorts of, you know, lines and squiggles and correlations and all that. Might very well be something to it, but I haven't heard anything yet. I'm just noting that that's where Reagan was shot out in front of that building.
This is so. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, this is getting crazy. Is this because we're getting so close to the arrests?
Well, certainly, you know, within something else that I have going, one of the things that when Trump won't be here, you know, by next year. And so
wait. Sorry. That you broke up. You broke up at a very important. What did you just say? Trump's not going to be here by next year?
Well, certainly, certain bad guys within what we're doing have been absolutely adamant in certain recordings to say that Trump won't be here in a year, so this is all going to be moot, and they're going to be able to do what they want to do. And so everybody just relax and sit tight within these black hat locations. Well, they think that somehow, some way, they're going to get Trump. This is far from over. That's why I say, you know, prayer required. All the best laid plans of mice and men. You know, had they gotten Trump a year and a half ago there in Buffalo, looked like, and if through some crazy set of circumstances these guys were able to get to Trump even now, what would the world look like? Doesn't mean it would stop what's happening right now. Much of it would continue under a different circumstance, but and the president has certainly made accommodations so that nothing's going to stop what's coming. But with that in mind, you know, it would not be a nice thing. You know, just imagine what the world would be like hours from now, days from now, months from now. How would you finish the work that we're doing against these globalist financial, you know, trolls and monsters? The stuff in the Mideast, China, Venezuela, all these other things, where the only person able or willing to exercise these authorities is, in fact, President Trump. They've never been done this way before. And then those people that are speaking against him and trolling against him, they are trying to portray these conflicts, these locations, in yesterday's scenarios. Trump's not fighting this war in the way that they expected it. So you even have generals that are, you know, on all these news channels, and some of the stuff they say, honestly, you know, is the most dumbass shit you've ever heard. It just, it's stupid talk. Trump is fighting a war using other means. And it's not the war even with Iran or Venezuela or Cuba to come. It's with the people that are actually managing those locations. Much higher levels. This global east of these royalists, these Davos crowd and Club of Rome. And he's cutting off their money supply, their troll fees, even the situation in Iran. The bigger game that's being fought there, people will do ISIS and everything else. Are you kidding me? He's cutting off the flow of funds, just like Reagan. He brought the price of oil down to the ground so that Russia couldn't get money for the oil they were sending, and they could only sell arms. He defeated them so many different ways before we finally got to the ruble in the second half of the 80s. Trump is cutting off the money flow to these global East operations that is hidden within mining, the stuff out of Central Africa, the Congo precisely, the oil and gas out of the Mideast and out of Venezuela.
Juan, it's showing. I think the guy's alive because I think right here they're showing the guy arrested or detained in this video. I don't know if you could see it. He's there on the ground.
I won't argue if it's easy to, in the fog of everything, to get something different. So I would hope that he's alive, because then we would learn what's going on, what happened, how he got
Why
there.
would he fire at the stairwell? That's kind of shots wasted, no?
Well, there may have been a Secret Service agent there in his way, and nobody said these shooters are super intelligent. They're just opportunistic, and who knows if he's not somebody's programmed individual to go do this. So logic doesn't necessarily apply in these things. So I hope he's alive. I hope that's exactly true.
What about reports of Kash Patel, stepping down? Lots going on in there. What can we say about that?
Well, let's say it this way. It's easy to get something wrong. There might be some inside piece of information, even like, okay, well, it's early, and there may be, some aspect of this that gets said wrong, but certainly nothing that I'm aware of or any of the people around me are aware of would be an indication that Kash is going anywhere. These stories and the articles against Kash are designed to undermine his ability to function. But, we're getting ready to do very serious things within these arrests, on the way to prosecutions. And he's not slowing down in what he's doing in prepping. So the president hasn't shown any displeasure with Kash, and I don't think it's there. I think that's some hopeful dreaming on the part of people that want to undermine the president, undermine the staff around him, and try to create something where there's nothing there. Kash is doing exactly the job that the president wants at this point in time. So we'll see. I don't have anything from my end that is, saying anything towards that kind of a thing with Kash. I don't believe it. But, there may be something I'm not aware of. So.
For sure, the deep state war is escalating, right, Juanito? I mean, this is getting pretty damn hot and heavy.
Well,
wasn't there a bus explosion or a explosion outside the White House just the other day, and that 25 people injured in that one?
Yeah. And by the way, fog of war and all that sort of thing. This is probably very likely going to increase. Look, we could have all sorts of drama. Why? Because when you get to the point where you're about to arrest some of these very high officials, probably starting with Brennan. Now, I think it's after the 4th of July and probably that week or so after the 4th of July before Brennan gets arrested, because they're reformatting the stuff going to the grand jury in Florida and pulling in some of the Russia stuff. One of the things that is out there is that the cadence, the flow over at the FBI and at the Justice Department has radically shifted since Pam Bondi stepped down and was moved somewhere else. Even people that were not at all happy with Todd Blanche, who's operating director for the moment, they've said, gosh, he keeps it up, I might actually start liking him again. So he has done things that were not anticipated or expected in a favorable way, moving forward these investigations that will lead to arrests. And so the president's happy enough with that. We'll see what happens. Peter Tickton wants that job as, the attorney general, lobbied hard for it. Actually put in his application all of the necessary paperwork several weeks before Pam Bondi stepped down. So, there was indication something was up. And I will say this, moving forward, I said it at the very beginning. I wasn't of the opinion that Bondi was going to last. She was an interim appointment as far as I was concerned, only because she was possible to get past Congress to get them to approve the appointment. The other ones that President Trump would have liked, Congress was never going to approve them. It got us to this point in the game. I put Cash in a similar vein. There was crucial stuff which Cash just didn't have any knowledge of. He wrote the book on some stuff related to FBI and investigations and the deep state's attempts to go after President Trump. But there was a lot of critical stuff that he just was totally unaware of that befuddled me that you could even be considered for the job and not be aware of what was going on. So I was never, just besmoted by Cash as FBI director, and I think there's still.
I mean, you've always kind of voiced to me that you're not really impressed with them. I mean, that's just the impression.
Yeah, that's an accurate statement, but that doesn't mean that President Trump's ready to let him go or he's ready to step down. And certainly people stating those kind of opinions based on what? This smoke and mirrors that's in the media. Are they going to get their way anytime they want to attack somebody in a position by a presidential appointment or working for the president, that they can take him out just by doing some, smutty campaign against him? No. And the president doesn't want them to be able to do that. Let them, let them roll around in their piss and shit for a while, being the assholes they are. And I would say, if anything, it reinforces that the president doesn't want to do anything at all with Cash. Again, the investigations are moving forward. They're picking up pace. Everybody in the right places watching this is saying, no, it has changed. The atmosphere has changed. Things are now moving that weren't moving since Pam Bondi left. I don't think there's any threat to Cash. Even this bullshit talk, I don't think it's a threat to Cash at this point in time, because it's not, like him being drunk and unable to function, all that. Okay, where's your witness? It's all done as, underhanded, so-and-so said so-and-so said so-and-so knows something. Bullshit. They don't know shit.
But Trump's okay. Everyone's fine. Do you think he's going to have this dinner over again? I mean, that's the type of character Trump has. That's the type of character Trump has, is that he does not back down from these people. I think that could be to his detriment.
I don't think so. It's his brand, and he's someone who, the harder you push, the harder he gets. Not just pushes back, it's the harder he gets. Every time he survives or wins, the bar they have to go over to get him from this Davos royalist Club of Rome, New World Order crowd, the more invincible he becomes, because he's being work hardened, battle tested, and they can't seem to get a toehold that works for him. And the part that I think it's important for this audience to remember, but against principalities and powers of darkness in high places.
Yeah, well, now it says Juanito dead, so I don't know what the hell's going on here. I mean, I'm obviously going to go with what you're. Yeah, I mean,
I think my sources were pretty good.
I think yours are. Yeah.
So I think the person that you saw getting picked up and helped move was the Secret Service agent who had the shot that hit his vest.
Wow. Okay.
So,
well, let me get this up, Juanito. Anything else?
Even with all the drama, that's happening around us, and everybody, we're in this yo-yo thing, up and down and left and right and everything else. Deep breaths.
Till the next time.
Well, but there's a God component to this. And even what President Trump's doing, the part that's not understood out into the public in mass right now, and that all these know-it-all people keeps talking about, like Trump's doing the dumbest things in the world with these locations like Venezuela and Iran and Cuba to come. The reality is he's eliminating those things that can be used to pull our attention away as the arrests begin.
So I've been saying, that's what I've been saying for the longest time. He's neutralizing threats.
Well, and then the other thing, Nino, is, and it's important for us to kind of be in this conversation. Jobs, big industry is restarting plants, mining, high technology here in the country. These aren't just service jobs. They aren't just financial paper trading jobs. These are the kind of things that put young kids to work and make it possible for them to marry their favorite girl and start having a family. And we're going to get the stuff sorted out so they can actually own their own property and house and not have any property taxes owed when they're doing it. They're going to have a future. They're going to have something beautiful to look forward to. We want the young people to not be able to be pulled off point, even like with the events that just happened. God's got his hand on this. And then even the things, like the moon launch, we're going to do things that are amazing. I did the coin over there at allpatriots@gumroad.com. It's the only place it's at. JFK to DJT, picking up where we left off. We're going to go back and do amazing things and pick up where my generation had our future and knocked down by these globalista. And we just been going in circles. And we're going to pick up and do amazing things again, reindustrialize America, go into space, go further out into space, create a moon base, create a colony on Mars. And it won't be 1,000 years from now. Things like that are going to happen in the next 10 years. We start at the moon in the next 5, permanently occupied within the next 10, and built out, not just a space station out there, but an actual moon base, and transiting back and forth, things we dreamed about all the way back into the late 1968, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and things like this is about the future. Hope there's a future worth living for and going to. and the people that want to steal that steal from us
Juanito,
and put us in a mask and bind us down and take all your money is just bullshit. We're going to do something beautiful. Trump's leading the way.
Good to be back with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's so much going on right now. I know you really understand the minutia behind the operation of Trump, which a lot of people just don't get it, right? A lot of people don't understand it. We get it. You know, you're seeing podcasters right now, like really influential big podcasters like Candace, Hodge Twins, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, all going after Trump, jumping ship. And this is like the most dangerous time to jump ship right now, right? Like we're coming into the next 6 to 9 months when, we're coming into midterms. And also what I've always been told, the first batch of arrests, Brennan, Podesta, a lot of the big names now are, going to be indicted. I mean, can you give some information to my audience on what we can expect these 6 to 9 months? And then we'll start taking some questions.
Well, it's hotter than hot this week because what did President Trump do? He read from the Bible after he called us to prayer, after he said he's going to rededicate America as the Pilgrims did. He is setting the stage for all of this. And this is so powerful because remember, it was the 10 tribes that were taken into Assyria, which is now Mosul in Iraq. And Babylon is also Iraq. So the tribes were taken into Iraq. And that area is always been what it is to this very day. And so he's correcting all of these things. And so here you have these podcasters, but part of it is, and I said this the whole time, everybody thought they had such great information. They were using other people's information. They weren't doing their own research.
Well,
so
are they being
flips?
Okay, so are they being activated? Or are they just?
I think so. Yeah, they got to take action now.
Because I've said this years ago, Sheila, and I know you've heard me say this. I said the podcasters the influencers will be activated for such a time as about right now, like right where we're at. I thought they'd be activated before Trump was running for, before 24. But here it is. This I think is the most critical time and most dangerous time. I've been told the most dangerous time in American history ever. This is it. Coming into the next 6 to 9 months, it's for all the marbles, right? Sheila, nobody can risk losing the midterms.
And it's not even just about the election, whether or not we're going to have an election, because once the Republic is ready to go, we have 120 days to set up an election. So we don't have to meet the corporate requirements of the dates because there was never an election. And then they got all these months to mess up the office until the guy comes in. It was never like that before. When you go, when you're done, when you're voted out, you're voted out. That day, you're voted out. One's voted in, you're voted out. Everything has been manipulated. So back to the podcasters. The podcasters have always been like this. People have not seen behind the scenes who these podcasters really are. So I think it's kind of fun watching all of this now. Candace Owens, 2 times, one in South Carolina, and I forget where the other one was, 2 events that she was going to be on where I was going to be. And then everything blew up because she had a funeral at one and couldn't come. And these people are paid like $45,000, $50,000, $100,000, just like Clinton used to get, right? So they're paid this kind of money and they don't get the money back. So people haven't known who these people really are.
Wow. So you mean they're taking the money and not showing up? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
What?
You didn't know this was happening?
I didn't know this was happening, man.
And they were taking all this money because they were such big names. Do you know what I mean? But who are the people that get 85,000, 100,000 followers? Who are those people that get them right away? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is another one.
Exactly. And it's not going to stop. And I don't want to keep naming names, but she's an interesting one.
I call him out all the time. I called Nick Fuentes out all the time. And he said he was going to come on my show and then he changed his mind. Like a lot of people do.
There was a great guy. He was a teacher in South Carolina, I believe, and he's the one that put this big event together, and she was the headliner, and he already gave her you have to give the $45,000 up front for her to commit to the schedule, and the whole thing blew up because she said, I got a funeral in the family, I can't come. And he said, so when are you sending the 45 back? And he tried for many months to get the 45 back.
You're kidding me.
And his last name was Barton. I think it was Brad Barton. He was a podcaster too, but he was honest, a teacher, did this to get the truth out to the people because he was sharing it with his students. And they're going, guy, this is really amazing. And so he was a great guy, and then had this happen to him. And I don't think he was able to schedule another event because of the financial trying to catch up, because he's just a cool teacher, you know?
Wow. Someone wants to give me 45,000. I'm showing up with all the bells and whistles and assless chaps, and I'll be there.
Well, it wasn't the only one. I'd already heard about it before, and I warned him not to do it. He said I already had to give her the money because we had to schedule the date. So I'm only mentioning that because I knew the guy coordinating it, amazing podcaster, but he's not able to do everything he was supposed to do, because how do you catch up?
Yeah, I mean, so what we're seeing now as we come into this crunch time, I'm still hearing the executive orders are going to be signed. Are you hearing the same thing, Sheila? I mean, I've talked to Juan. I talk to Juan almost daily, a couple times a day. Anytime I have a question, I call him. You know, these executive orders that he's supposed to sign for in-person paper ballot. When the hell do you think that's going to happen? Do you have any insight on that or intel on that?
He's already told them no machines, and they're using machines. He's already told them these things that have to happen. That's already happened.
Well, then what,
I think it's going to be the emergency notification. I think that's what's going to adjust everything.
Does he do that at the last moment, or does he give him?
I think it's when we're switching, because everybody keeps thinking we're a corporation. We're not a corporation under England anymore. He proved that in September. Remember when he rode in the King's carriage? Remember when he visited them at Windsor Castle? He was not at Buckingham, because Buckingham's been painted up and closed up since they took Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth out. He still inspected the guard. The YMCA was played for him on the parade ground, and it was the King or Queen's guard with the big black hat.
So a lot of people think that he plays YMCA for the gay people. That's for
no, that's Gitmo.
Right.
Gitmo. Yeah. Guantanamo Bay. We've been paying the lease since 1903. The what?
He also plays that Dorma. What is it? The Godfather song.
Nessun Dorma is that? In the morning.
So this is going to happen all in one instant. It's going to happen fast, right? It's going to be a quick takedown, because that's what happened in The Godfather. It was planned for a long time, but at the end, when he's in the play, all the things start going down. Everyone starts taking each other out. That's how it's going to go down, right?
It's already going down. They don't have a chance anymore. Like you already mentioned it. You said in all of history. Never in all of history has this level of truth been available. This is the first time we've gotten to this point where everything's getting revealed globally. And remember when they were crying out, and I want to take up the time of people asking questions, but remember when they were calling him King Cyrus, King Cyrus, King Cyrus? Well, he's been King Cyrus. King Cyrus sent his warriors with the Persians, because that's Persia. That's why it was the Persian Gulf. It was never the Iranian Hormuz Strait or whatever. It's the Persian Gulf. It's a Persian country, and they're Persians. And when all the people came from the Shah back in the 80s into the 90s, not one of them wanted to be called Iranian. They wanted to be called Persian. Because see, the ancient religion of Iran, Ahura Mazda, is what they added to all the secret society oaths in America. And ISIS is one, and Allah is one, and all of these different things that our guys took oaths to, they didn't know what those meant, that expanded all these secret societies. So everything that we're dealing with now, and what he's dealing with in Iran, is he's dealing with the evil that has permeated and taken over Persia. But King Cyrus sent the Persians and the Armenians where? He sent them to Babylon to do what? Bring out Judah and Benjamin and make them safe, and took care of them in Persia. So everybody that thought they were a prophet and a pastor who heard from the Lord that this is our modern day King Cyrus back in 2015, 16, 17, where are they now? Where are they now? That just became a trending comment? Because what he's doing is exactly what the King of Persia did, King Cyrus. The Father has given to us. Yeah.
You know, I feel like we've nullified or neutralized a lot of threats. You know, the ICE raids were to take out the violent cartel members, the cells that would be activated for such a time as now while he went into Iran. He took down Maduro. He's basically neutralized Iran. What's next? It keeps
expanding. You don't just take out the Somalis and send them home. I want to know who set them up with Social Security, who granted all of these funding sources for them to have. There isn't an American you're helping like this. Name an American that they've provided all this money to, or given them a Social Security number with never working in our country, and the average they're getting is $81,000 a year. All of this is being revealed to the American public because they had to keep spending the money to keep charging the Americans money till the Americans couldn't live on the land anymore. They've always done a replacement thing in every nation. Nothing is new that we're experiencing, but we've got a Trump that's not going to let it keep happening, and he's not going to let it happen elsewhere.
Well, you're starting
That's why he stopped all 8 wars, and now the peace board, and peace with Armenia has never happened in all of history, and they were the first believing nation in the entire world, in all of history. First believing nation, have never been able to live in peace. He just did that for them last year. And I'm not kidding. The peace board, we don't need UN. Look what he's proving with NATO. There's absolutely nobody in NATO's helping us. They're all giving us a certain finger. You can pick which one they're giving us. They won't let us even fly over their country or be near their bases. We're not asking to land on your base. We can't even fly over. And we've been paying all the NATO bills. The stuff
Insanity.
he's revealing, guys. But yet I went to a meet and greet with some of my widows last night. My widows that know me, telling me, oh my God, Sheila, this war, President Trump, I was with him before, but he's caused us to go into war. I had to settle them down. I just went to the meet and greet because there's several of them in a building that just has new administration, and they wanted me to see if those people were okay with the Lord. So I go to do that and hear all of this negative stuff about what's happening in America. I said, that's not true. That's it.
Yeah,
We are
getting
not
it from all
at
these influencers and podcasters that are spreading, and people that I really thought, like Tucker Carlson. I'm surprised on that one. I'll be honest, that wasn't on my bingo card. Really not.
Well,
I think
I'll give you 2 reasons why.
Well, I
His
think
dad
Candace
is CIA, and they're both in the
Candace is
Pilgrim
kind
Society.
of reactionary, but I think Tucker, I thought he was good friends with Trump. And wow, go ahead, say that again.
Yeah, but look at how many have been good friends with us, and look what happened to some of them. This is what my dad told me. He said, Sheila, you're trusting too many people. This is back when I was going through the corporate stuff. And I said, but everybody's loving what I'm doing. He said, you don't know who they are. And you won't know even if they jump in the foxhole with you. You're not going to know until the shooting starts who has your back.
That's true.
And that's where we are.
That is so true. I mean, I always have to go back to my street fighting days and shit. But like, man, when I'd get in a bar fight or something, man, I would say the guys that always talked the toughest and they were gone out that door so fast. And the guys I least expected were there right next to me. I know that firsthand, firsthand. I've seen this. So
you just gave the analysis.
Last second, you do not know until that very last second.
Well, so who are these guys in Iran? They're the bullies on the field.
Yeah.
And we've been funding them, and we've always supported them, and we paid for all the equipment they have, and we paid for all of this stuff. Remember the billions of dollars in cash?
Yeah.
And they've all been paying each other. None of it was resolved until President Trump. But the last battle, the Native Americans know the truth for 4,000 years. They knew it was a flood, and the next is fire, is nuclear. We capitulated, surrendered World War II because we didn't want nuclear. Then they came here, built the nuclear bombs, point 1 and 2 of the 45 points against us. We built the bombs, paid for the bombs. Our flyers flew the bombs. And what did they hit? The 2 highest population believers areas in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, Japan. And we capitulated World War II. Because, see what I mean? This influence has not changed. And their family members, they've grown up like this. Like I've said, they imagine how scared they are. All their generations have operated the same way for centuries. This has been the way it's been from the beginning of time, and now Trump wants to change it.
So,
it's like, who does he think
we're
he
gonna
is?
still
We're gonna pay consequences.
We're still going to have to go through the reset, right? I mean, that's coming. I mean, Trump has put the truth.
Reset of what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be who owns the day. I mean, are we going to get 10 days of darkness? How is this going to play out in your mind?
I don't think it's mapped out like that. I think is that we take it day by day because they've already gamed it. I heard a month ago, but this is just me, okay? I heard a month ago from the top guys that they've gamed this whole thing out. And right now they're in the less than 7 moves. I go, what the heck does that mean? Because I used to play chess, but I was never professional at level. But when you get within those last 7 moves, you know they can only make these maneuvers. We're there. So now it's just clearing it out. But a lot of this is, if I've still got my widows who've known me all of these years, and now I go meet with some of them in the building that they now have new administration in, and they're lost after everything I've spoken and shared with them. They were in tears about it last night. It took 2 hours to calm them. I was there 3 hours. I went there for an hour, and I stayed 2 more hours till I got them all calmed down. Because that's what this whole effort is. They can't let Trump have credibility. They cannot let Trump have credibility. They cannot let Trump feel that people are behind him.
They're also doing that with Cash. I mean, they're showing him like he's a drunk, he's a philanderer,
But they handled that. They handled that. Todd Blanche even is on the case of filing the $2.5 million against the Southern Poverty Law, SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center, I think it is. They've already filed it because what they didn't understand is you say this about Kash Patel. So Kash Patel comes on the mic today, and I already put it out on Twitter. He comes out to the mic today and he goes, guys, did you know that they say that they're fighting for us against the KKK, and yet they're funded and funding the KKK?
Yeah, that's right.
He had all of the names all listed out. And guys, that goes all the way back to Albert Pike in 1864. He created that thing in America. They said they created these secret societies. All of this came from Europe. The original governors, and you go back, and I looked up one again, Talmadge was governor. And do you know what's in his bio? And his son took over after him. And I think he was in 8 terms as a governor in Georgia. And go ahead and look up Talmadge, Talmadge. And guess what? In his bio, it says he was one of the top racist and white supremacists in the country. Okay.
What makes you the top?
Well, because they're all in the club. The KKK was started by Albert Pike, and then he made himself the grand master of it for the next 12 years. Why was it only 12 years? He died. But they brought all this from Europe. The Pilgrims knew all of this. That's why I'm so excited that the president said we're going to rededicate America to the Lord as the Pilgrims did, because they banned all this church, because the children were groomed in the church, because the enemy's in the church, because the church is on the venerable day of the sun since Constantine. They're never going to be able to help.
And he knows we're getting ready to come into some very turbulent times, and we need God to be on our side, right? It's going to take a hand of God moment.
Yeah,
right.
I was just on with Bill Quinn, and it got so emotional. I was just going to do a 1-hour interview. It's almost 2 hours. It's going to come out tonight or tomorrow. And I had tears, and I said, do you think this was okay? And do you think I don't want anybody to get, scared? He goes, Sheila, it's not scared. It's truth. And he said, I even had tears. And Bill Quinn is one of the easiest guys, never, cries over stuff Sheila Holmes says, So, but we're at that point. That's why the call to prayer. That's why the rededication. The 3 eclipses. We were the first ones who did the 3 eclipses when Juan connected us that day. This is February back in 2023 or 24. And I think it was 23. And I explained about the 6 cities of Nineveh, and we are getting the Nineveh lesson. That's exactly where this nation is. The Nineveh lesson is that when God's done, he's done. When Jonah went, they'd only been there 9 years, taken captive into Assyria by the king of Assyria into Nineveh. So they were there 9 years, and the Gentile worship, it's so overtaken the lives of the people. It's where Iran is. You have to say you're Muslim. If you don't declare you're Muslim, they shoot you right there. And that's why he said these people don't even have guns and they're being shot. This is no different than what happened to Armenia 100 years ago. It's no different than what happened in Iran when the Shah fell. It's no different. This is what they do. It's a complete takeover. And these are the people. Remember, President Jefferson, I mentioned this before, he started, I don't know that he started the Navy, but I'm pretty sure he started the structure for the Marines. He sent them to the shores of Tripoli because you take care of a problem over there so it doesn't come here. And now what's happened, because he's doing this over there, every family member that's related to Soleimani and all these other ones that they've taken out, did you know their families came and got green cards here under the Biden administration? They're all here. And they're living here off of us on the same kind of programs. They're living high on the hog, And now they're like, what do you mean? You can't take away my green card. Yeah, we're taking away your green cards.
All the stuff going on about is Tulsi in? Is she out? Is Trump going to get rid of her or not? If you know anything about that, and also if you know anything about
Guys,
all the
everything that you're hearing, everything you heard about Pam Bondi didn't matter. Everything you're hearing about Kash Patel doesn't matter. It's all trying to ruin their reputation so you won't think they're credible.
Okay.
You got to stop letting these people, because this is what they're doing. This is what Nina was talking about before. People have flipped. They've got to start discrediting the people that you have faith in.
Right.
And
so
then what about
you think it's all hogwash, right? Right, Sheila? I think it's all garbage.
Look at what Tulsi Gabbard's done. Would she have done all of that? She came in purposely to do this. And even when they did that corruption thing in Fulton County here in Georgia, do you know who was there? Just all in black with a hat on. She wasn't trying to make a big deal, but they went around the corner and took a picture of her like it was illegal for her to be there. Just hilarious. Because she's declassifying things nobody would declassify. I'm excited about Tulsi Gabbard. Guys, they don't want any of Trump's people in there. So please don't let them take up your time wondering who's who in the zoo, because you're not going to know. You're not going to know. There's information and disinformation on purpose. You're not going to know. So
what about the
just
all the
thank
missing
Father,
scientists?
thank Father, and ask him. The what?
The stuff going on with all the missing scientists all of a sudden. What's that about?
That's being researched. The president's sitting on top of that himself. He said, I'm adding my time on this. He's going to be researching because of the one that now is a brand new one that's missing. He's going to be on top of it. But he's on top of what's happening with the Pope. There's nothing you're hearing that he isn't aware of, you guys. He is on top of all of this. For him to call us to prayer, for him to rededicate as the Pilgrims did, this is what got our tribes out of Nineveh, and that's why they're getting everyone out of America that shouldn't be here, because we're not going to. If you don't assimilate here, you're gone. And he's getting rid of people that thought they had a permanent resident card and could always be here. You can't be here and do what you're doing. So bye-bye. He's taking care of so much, and so are his people. So please thank the Father for the right people being around the president. We need to shift and look at what we can do daily and not be focused on what we think there is or is not happening in DC or what President Trump's doing or not doing. Guys, it's not just President Trump. It's the 200 generals that brought him in. We're going to get this done. If this doesn't get done, Juan's even said this. If this doesn't get done, his family's eliminated.
No,
this
I mean like
get
public
done.
perception.
So we're getting
public
done.
perception.
It's getting done. It's getting
Are
done.
you saying in the public perception, is he going to step down, Vance take over, something like that? Is that what you mean?
Can we not even go there? That isn't even important. You guys, what does it matter? We have him now. Let's get this deal done. That's what we're trying to get done.
Okay.
We can't keep vacillating back and forth on who we are or who we believe or did he make the right decision on. You go back and look at the map on the strait. He blocked a small portion of it. And when they messed up with Takaya or whatever it's called, that means that the Muslims always deceive. Look up that term. And he said, if you Takaya me, I'm going to Takaya you. He's having fun with it, guys. And it's not just him. It's the 200 generals. And we can't decide for them what's happening. So that's why we all have to start focusing on what we can do every single day, because we're all here for the purpose of this. This has never happened. What we're going through right now has never gotten to this point at this level any time in history. And that's what we're trying to get done. And so we got to stay focused on it. And we can't get distracted on who's doing this, who's doing that, what's happening. We can't. Here's that word, TAQIYYA, Islamic deception. When you look at the definition of that, and I'm sending that right now to Nino too. So.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good. Can I ask one more? Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. Once all these politicians get arrested publicly,
it's not going to be public, guys. It's military tribunals. Look up the difference. It's military tribunals. You have no idea how many people have already been held for months and you don't even know. Military is the only way. That's why, because sedition and treason is military. It's not civil. It's not criminal. It's in that category, but military justice is a completely different structure. Go back to the Kavanaugh interview with the Senate, I think it was, Congress or Senate or both, when they interviewed him before he became a Supreme Court justice. It was sad to say the guy from South Carolina that nobody likes that ended up questioning him, but they shared exactly what's going on, because military justice is completely different than you seeing them perp walked or police go into their house and arresting them. Everybody wants arrests. Everybody wants perp walks. And that has to be the enemy supporting that, because that's not how military justice happens. When that military accountability letter came out, those 3 lines of all of those rear admirals, vice admirals, lieutenant colonels, colonels, generals, all of those people, and it says, and many more, or these are just a few, whatever it says, but it's this list, and then it continues. It started out with Milley, General Milley. Those guys were already taken then. Many of the military that came in on 9/30 of last year in Quantico are already down at Gitmo. Guys, it's already happening. You don't see military justice happen. You don't see who's getting court-martialed. You don't see, but it's explained in that military accountability letter. So you're not going to see a bunch of arrests. And when people go, I wish there were more arrests. I want people to be arrested. Is it going to happen this month?
But there are
happening.
going to be public arrests. There is absolutely going to be some public arrests. Obama, Hillary, I think those will be public.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I looked at the Correspondence Dinner shooting. I saw it last night. I was doing a show while that happened. Got off the show. I looked at the video of the shooter running down the hall and so forth. And then people seem to be engaging that shooter as he ran by them. And we heard the shots. I counted 5 shots, one, and then several shots close together as if someone was. For my background as a Navy SEAL, close quarter combat in buildings and so forth. You have to be very, very accurate with your shooting. I was at SEAL Team 6, where you had to be extremely a good shot at SEAL Team 6, because we would, go after terrorists and so forth, who could be in close proximity to hostages. So we had to be expert at, shooting. And, since then I've done many courses where I've taught shooting to, the private community and so forth for a long time. So I'm very skilled at weaponry and shooting and all that stuff. So when I looked at the videos, just looking at it and coming to a conclusion that there seems to be some anomalies that we need to discuss. All right. So let's look at the videos, the news, how it's presented, and then an overall picture of the events of that night as well, and try and get to some kind of conclusion of what's going on here. All right. So here's the overall, news of last night. So you can hear the shots. I'm going to back it up again, and let's listen to the shots. All right. So you hear the first shot, and then there's going to be a rapid succession of shots. So I count 5 total, and, 1, and then a very slight pause, and then 3 to 4 rapid, and then, or 3 rapid, and then 2 separate shots. So 5 total that I can hear. If there were more, I can't hear them. Maybe they're in back rooms or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, you can see there's not a lot of movement at the front. It almost seems like maybe Melania and this other gentleman that's up here may have, maybe they're seeing the people that are moving. So let's move on.
Investigators are working to piece together what led up to the gunfire at the Washington Hilton. According to D.C. police, just after 8:30 Saturday night, a gunman charged a Secret Service checkpoint armed with a handgun, a shotgun. According to D.C. police, just after 8:30 Saturday night, a gun.
All right. So you see this guy, I guess that there was like some kind of a metal detector down here. He runs past it. He runs down this hall. Now, I want you to focus on this particular, looks like a female police officer right here. she seems to be looking right at him. Now you can see he's carrying a gun, a weapon, a shotgun. Why you would bring a shotgun, I don't know. So that's an anomaly right there. He has a pistol and he has a couple knives. That's probably, he was thinking he was going to get down to, combat all the way to the end, shoot his shots, and then fight all the way to the end. I don't know. So this guy right here seems to be oblivious. Obviously not a peripheral view type of guy. And so this guy's running down the hall. Now I'm going to try and show this police officer right here draw her weapon.
Charge.
All right, so she's drawing right now. This guy seems to be responding to that. This guy still seems to be oblivious, right? All right, so right there, it's so fast, and it's almost like they speeded it up. Now, I've tried to find this. I saw it last night, and I said I'll get back to it in the morning and break this down. You could, when I watched it last night, you could see each one of her shots, right? I've been unable to find a video where I can like manipulate frame by frame at this point. But if you can find one, that's great. So you can watch. She is the one, I think, that does the multiple shots.
A gunman charged.
Right there, you can see her gun pointing right at him. Pointing right at him. So engaging at that close of a range, this guy should not have been moving after that. He should not have been able to keep running, guys. All right, so you can see the flashes from her weapon at very close range. Now she backs up and she gets out of the way. She's not trained like a Secret Service guy. I've done protective details. You get in the way. You do not let somebody come into your field, right? So if there were Secret Service, that's why I'm thinking this is a police officer. They respond a little bit differently than a Secret Service agent would. So she's backing away and taking her shots as the guy goes by. All right. So this guy's running by. This guy right here, he's kind of in the line of fire. So did she not hit him at that close range? And the bullets went elsewhere? That's the only thing I can think of, because when you look at this guy laying on the floor, if he was wounded, if he had been struck multiple times like he should have been, if this was real fire, right? Then they would have carted him off, accounts. That's false flaggish, right? I'm just saying, right? You can come to your own conclusions, but from an expert point of view, and I've deciphered a lot of these now, this is very false flag to me, right? So anyway, I think you can make your own assessment. If someone was shooting at that close a range, that person should have been incapacitated from those rounds. But he kept running. And it looks like nothing hit him because he's running at the same speed. Now watch everybody. It's like the whole room, I don't know how many people come out with pistols and how many other people shot after that. He's struggling to get his gun out. I don't know what his level is as far as is he Secret Service? Is he, Capitol Police? Is he, Capitol whatever police? I don't know. But he seems a little bit slow, seems a little bit shook. For me, it's instantaneous. As trained, having been in combat multiple times for years, it's an instantaneous movement with my gun coming out and engaging. So split seconds with my engagement. So you see that one police officer seems like she got it out pretty quick and she started engaging. So again, if these are real bullets and they're impacting, I haven't heard if he had body armor on. Even if you have body armor on and you're being impacted, you're going to react to it. So it didn't look like he reacted to any of those rounds, right? So that's my opinion. That's my view as I'm looking at this. I think that it's inarguable. If she was actually engaging him with live rounds, then he should have not gone forward. All right, and all these other people in here, why did they not engage? They're there to make sure that that area is secure. And this guy just ran by all of them, except for that one police officer, right, that was facing that area and saw him running up the hall, right? So very, very suspect as far as like, what's going on here. Mr. Thomas, Cole Thomas Allen, or I guess we call him Mr. Allen. Interesting that the shooter that shot at the Butler PA shooting, his name was also Thomas. He also had Thomas. So you start to see these like that guys, and you're like, okay, you guys are this is a projection here, is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm seeing. So let's break this down a little bit more. Let's look at some more angles. Let's look at some more of this and see if we can come to some conclusions about what exactly is going on here. So the engagement that I showed you guys there, as far as the shooting, it's a huge red flag, right? Huge. Now let's look at some more.
So I was making a video, and I got a DM from Mustang Debbie that said that President Trump had just been rushed out of that White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I want you to listen to this, because I rewind it, and around this time you're going to hear like 3 shots, and then people are going to start ducking down, and they're going to get President Trump out of there. Listen closely.
All right. So again, there were 3 fast shots, and then one followed by another. So I count 5. Some people are going to, because they're fast, some people are going to get different numbers, but that's what I'm saying. All right. So the first big thud, and then the multiple rounds after that. Now, as you see, they don't seem to be reacting to it. Now, the people that are further back here, of course, the camera's back here, so they may not have heard it. Right? And then people start to react here from those shots because they're closer to the action. So again, he said he heard the shots. President Trump went in, he talked later. He thought maybe something in the back of trays or something had dropped. That was his response to that. Of course, he's not trained, to hear gunshots. He's probably been around, I don't know, maybe as he was in military academy, you would think maybe he would, gunfire, but he's been shot at several times, supposedly. So I don't know. All right. So you see this one guy is getting right in front of the president. These guys back here, it's almost like they don't understand. They're not even aware of what's going on. So the information, it should have been right away. Someone on their radio would have broadcast guns, right? Weapons, or whatever they use these days, whatever they have. Because for us, an extremity would have been in SEAL teams, SEAL Team 6, we said tuna, which is basically everything's on. So at that point, the Secret Service should have taken Trump way before this, right? Way before this. So this is another red flag to me, because I've been involved with, moving what we call high value targets, which is like presidents and ambassadors and so forth. So I'm skilled in that. I've done that for years. I've done it in combat zones. So this is another red flag. So these guys are standing there wondering what to do, right? There is no wondering what to do. So if the radio call should have gone out instantly as the shots are fired, it should have been shots fired. And then the president they either jump on him and get him down initially. And then once they figure out, it's safe to move him, then they get up and move him. All right. So this is kind of jumbled. So again, another red flag to me, as far as his Secret Service detail. So I've had a lot of friends, SEALs, high-level SEALs that have worked in Secret Service. And so this is very suspect to me, because I know they're very, very, very well trained Of course, they haven't been paid in a couple of months. I don't know. Maybe they just got the B team in there, but so I don't know. But there's an anomaly here. See how long this takes? So, I mean, everybody up here, if everybody's responding in the crowd before the Secret Service does, that should tell you right there, something is definitely off here. All right, sounds like this guy, I think they probably started telling everybody to get down. Looks like Melania got down, right? I don't think President Trump, did. They had to get him up and start moving him. So you see everybody getting down. Caroline Ledet got down. Now you see, the Secret Service guys probably that are military or whatever they got there. They're coming in with the big guns, right? So that's a long time. That's way, way too long. If I was in charge of this detail, I'd have been kicking some serious ass here afterwards. All right, super sloppy, right? Super sloppy. So again, another red flag. Now let's look a little bit more detail. I pulled up one. This is CBS News where they have the shooter running down the hall. Let me see if I can play with this one a little bit and give you guys a better view on that one. So again, you can see that people are engaging with the shooter as he's running, but he keeps running. All right. So again, here's the police officer, I believe. Why is it blurry? Another red flag, right? Why is it blurry? And why can't I find now all of the videos that I saw before I went to bed that I could play with? And I was like, okay, I should have saved them, of course, but who knows? Maybe they're not around anymore. So this blurry video is very suspect as well. There should be tons of videos. We should have all kinds of videos because this they would have had surveillance on this so much. And the fact that the guy made it through the metal detector down the hall with his guns, there should have been, like whistles and everything going off, and before he even got there. So it's super suspect, the whole thing. All right, so you can hear. It sounds like there's guys in a probably video surveillance room that are talking. So you can hear them talking. And here's the guy coming down the hall. So it's, what are these guys doing? What's this guy doing? So she's looking. She should already be drawing at this point. So when he came around that corner and started running with the weapon out, she should have been yelling, weapon, weapon, weapon. And as she's drawing and engaging. So this is slow movement right here as well. And it could be level of trading. I don't know. So anyway, she's bringing her gun up now. And hopefully I can get her flashes on her weapon. All right. So right there, looks like she engaged once. That might have been the first shot we heard. And then rapid succession. You see the flashes on her weapon right there. Boom, boom, boom. Right. And this guy's like ducking, and he's all discombobulated. So why didn't you run and tackle him? Why didn't you block him? Why didn't any of these people block that guy from running down the hall? All right, another red flag. And again, as someone in charge of security, I would have been chewing some serious ass, but I don't know. These guys are like, everybody's like, saying what a great job they did. I don't think so, right? I think it's bullshit. I think they fucked up bad. If this is real, which I don't think it is, right? All right, see all those guys with guns? Wow. Where were you guys when this guy was running down the hall with your guns? All right, so now I can armchair quarterback guys because I have the experience and the knowledge and the background, right? So yes, I wasn't there, but I can I can see. I've got two eyes to see, and so can you guys. So make your own assessments. All right, let's look at another one. This is Donna Bradenberg. She's looking at this on X and making comments as well. So her comments are, what's wrong with this picture? Right? There is no actual authentic reaction, almost like it was scripted. The men around President Trump are looking around, not reacting to protect the president. There is no chance that Secret Service would have reacted this way. I agree. Now you're going to see it's almost like a training. Looks more like training to me. This Secret Service agent is like pulling the vice president's chair out. He's watching, to see if there's a threat. He should already be, cackling him down. And then you move once you know that everything is safe. So he's moving him. He's behind him. And if there's somebody that's out here in a protective detail, you get yourself between the threat and your protective detail or your protectee. All right, so you see he's pulling his chair out. He's going to grab him, and he's going to start to move him. So this is what you do. You take control of your protectee, and you move him, and you put yourself, as you're moving him, between the threat. You have body armor on, and so forth. So before that, not so good, all right? But at this point, good. All right, so you see other Secret Service, crowding around. Now it's going to back over to President Trump. All right, so again, you see these guys like, what do we do? What do we do? I wasn't trained for this. I don't know what my job function is, right? That was real sloppy, right? So he shouldn't have tripped. You have your hands on him. You could literally carry him. You should be able to literally carry him if you need to. So there's no reason for him to have fallen right there or have gone down if they took him down. So you got this press lady that's, I don't know, she's trying to help out or what, but so these guys are so clumsy. So looking at that, you should be able to get to the point where, there's something wrong here. He's running, but he keeps running. And the shots are fired and no fast response from Secret Service. Very sloppy, very slow, very methodical, very movie scripted like, right? So not very impressive, right? So again, if I was, ahead of that, that would have happened to begin with. But if I was ahead of that somewhere else, not there, right? I would have been like, what the hell did you guys do? You guys all suck bad. We're going to go. I would have fired them all. I'd fired them all. I was like, I don't know what happened, you guys, or you are not up to this task. There was a threat, and you should have been all over it, and you moved slow, confused. I'd fire them all. I'd fire them all. Right. So let's look at some more aspects of this. Now, numbers. Now, the Jesuits. I know this is where we go off on a different tangent a little bit here. But, the Jesuits basically control everything, right? I'm hoping that we're breaking free from that system. I don't know what I just saw here. That makes me very skeptical, unfortunately. But the Jesuits basically control everything. They control Israel. A lot of people are like, this is all Israel dominated. The mystic guy that was going to come out, and he was talking to President Trump right there. He's Israeli. So everybody's like, oh, it's all about Israel. No. Israel is controlled by the Jesuits too, guys. All right. If you've heard Leo Zagami on my show, he basically spells it all out. It's all Jesuit control stuff, right? So let's look at a little bit more of this, where we go into the gematria. Because gematria in these events, when you start to see it, like the red flags that I saw, as far as like, the Secret Service, the guys he's running by, all these different things, makes me skeptical and makes me go bullshit, right? Now we go to another level with it, and you start to see other things further down, deeper, and you go, okay, this was a stage event, right? So let's look at numbers games with Zachary Hubbard. He goes into the gematria of all these different events. We can see, what's going on when we look at the gematria. It's all planned, all staged.
Well, my daughter was up, so I couldn't do, a really thorough decode, but we already nailed it enough. This is going the extra mile and proving beyond a shadow of a doubt how contrived this is, how planned it is, how it is no doubt the work of the federal government. We're going to see how this pays perfect tribute to the Reagan assassination, March 30th, 1981, at the same Washington Hilton. They're already
All right, so right there, it's the same Washington Hilton where the assassination attempt was done on Reagan. And he's going to go into Brady. Now, it's the Brady press room now, Brady press room. And they said multiple times President Trump was going to brief in the Brady press room. Now, watch and see the numbers. The 33 degree Mason, right? 33 jumps in here all over the place.
This to the Luigi Mangione shooting outside the Midtown Hilton Hotel. Luigi Mangione, who assassinated the United Healthcare CEO reportedly, and I pointed out the day that happened, that was at the hotel where Trump was for the 2016 U.S. presidential election, the 47-story Midtown Hilton Hotel.
All right, so they're making references to that shooting. And as you just heard, that Hilton Hotel, Midtown Hilton Hotel in New York, has 47 stories. President Trump is the 47th president right now. So you're going to see these numbers all over the place. And when you start to see the numbers, you're like, okay, we see what this is.
It really is amazing how they put all this together. But again, we're going to look at, Reagan shooter John Hinckley, how John Hinckley did it to impress Jodie Foster. We're going to get in the JFK piece. But we're going to look at this supposed teacher, Cole Thomas Allen. Of course, the supposed shooter at Butler, Pennsylvania, was also a Thomas, which means twin. And we have related rituals here. You could almost say twin rituals. We're going to put it all together, and then we're going to go back and look at how 10 years ago, I was talking about the coming Trump assassinations and a very specific number, 115. Like how today's the 115.
So that's what you can do with gematria. You can predict future events if you know the gematria of the deep state, the Jesuits, how they basically control a lot of these events through numbers. They stage them so that they happen on certain dates. So they, line up with different numbers that they use to make themselves like gods, right? So God, basically, when things happen, they happen on a level that's just incredible. It's unbelievably mystic. It's spiritual. They try to harness that through manipulation of numbers. So that's what we're going to see here as Zach's going to play it out.
Day of the year, and if Ronald Reagan were alive, he'd be 115 years old. Of course, he died 22 years ago at age 93, and go figure that today is exactly 93 weeks after the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting. And again, we're going to put it all together. There are so many layers to this, but it really is something else. And again, if you're new here, let me just pull up this calculator. What you see are 4 numerical values for the name Cole Allen, and we call these the base ciphers of the English language. Almost everyone instantly thinks this is stupid when they see this. It's just some sort of a programmed reaction, I would refer to it as, for everybody to almost react the same way. And it's sad because That shouldn't be the reaction. It should be curiosity, intrigue. Tell me more. I want to know why this is relevant.
So when you pull up a gematria nadir, that's one of the things that's out there on the internet, gematria nadir. You put in names, numbers, and so forth. It's going to give you, gematria numbers like he's pointing out right here. Now, all these numbers that are displayed right here, he's going to go through each one of them and how they all line up with different numbers and events that are happening on this day and throughout history, manipulated history.
And some instant know-it-all, oh, that's dumb. Again, these are the 4 base ciphers of the English language, and they really do reveal everything about propaganda every single day. Again, the 4 base ciphers, the alphabetic order. A is 1 up to Z is 26. The alphabetic order with numerology. A is 1 up to Z is 26, but applying numerology to each letter. So Z, for example, the 26th letter becomes 8 because 2 plus 6 is 8. Y, the 25th letter, 2 plus 5 is 7. X, the 24th letter, 2 plus 4 is 6. XXX, 666. The other ciphers are just running the alphabetic order in reverse. Z is 1 back to A is 26 in the reverse alphabetic order with numerology. These 4 values of Cole Allen's name. Trump is 79 years old right now. 79 is the signature of the people who are responsible for the calendar and the language, and that is the Society of Jesus, which equates to 79. Their leader is Arturo Sosa, born November 12th. Today is 164 days after his birthday. As for the 34, today's 34 days before JFK's birthday anniversary, which is also the same day that John Hinckley was born. And we're talking about 2 Hollywood actors, Trump and Reagan, who both ran on Mega, who have all kinds of parallels. But yeah, today's 34 days before May 29th. Again, John Hinckley, which is also being brought up tonight as they talk about this. And then, the 47 should go out without saying, not to mention they're comparing this to the assassination outside the 47-story Midtown Hilton Hotel. And we're going to talk about a lot here, but if you've been watching CNN tonight, Van Jones is dressed up literally like the Joker.
So Van Jones dressed up as the Joker. So I had to look that up. I was like, what? And Van Jones is wearing the purple jacket of the Joker. And so let's see what Van Jones looks like on this day, or last night. And there you see him in the purple Joker jacket. Let's see what he says right here.
No, which is that the shooter survived, which means on Monday he's going to court.
So the shooter survives. Van Jones is very distraught because he thinks the people are going to like play this out and so forth, and which they will, of course. Both sides are going to play this out. But you see here the Joker. If you don't remember the Joker's jacket, there he is, purple jacket. All right, now let's see what else we have to say about this. Now, Zach is not a fan of Donald Trump. He sees the gematria, the Jesuit stuff, and so he's critical of people that are connected with it, that seem to be instigating it. I am not of that. I believe in President Trump still. I don't completely know why this, lines with him. Is he really involved with the Jesuits, or is he playing along so that he can eventually take them down, which I believe, but we'll see going forward.
Like the Joker from Batman. And of course, Trump said numerous times, I am Batman. And when Trump was on trial in New York during Passover and he compared himself to Jesus, they did that right after they filmed the latest Joker scene in the same courtroom. Today is International Penguin Day. We love the Penguins today in hockey, just for the record.
All right, International Penguin Day. That was the 25th, yesterday, of course, last night. And here it is. World Penguin Day 2026, April 25th. right? And look how those penguins are dressed. Tuxedos. Interesting, right? So a lot of tuxedos were on last night. We saw those tuxedos. We'll show those a little bit further in. But let's listen to more Zach and basically revealing some more.
Because again, you got rigged to this. The Penguins won their game today 4-2, win of the year. And of course, Penguin in the Batman series is known for wearing a bow tie. Again, that might seem like a stretch to a new person here. It's not. Today, we torch the world of sports like we often do. Again, it's how a lot of us have enhanced our lives. I have all kinds of haters in the world who are jealous of what I've accomplished. I've been up all day. I helped the community people make a ton of money off rig sports today, and I've been up all day decoding the news, taking care of family, doing a million different things. It is sad the lack of respect I get from the world.
All right, so I've done this as well. Many years ago, I basically told you a game that was the Super Bowl. I said exactly who was going to win and who was going to be the MVP. It happened just as I said. I even put money down on it. I told everybody I was putting money down on it. I wish they put a lot more money down on it, but I won big. But I don't play that game, right? I played it just to show everybody, and I don't go into that. I don't go into the stocks knowing the geometry of it. I just go in because I'm trying to make a lot of money on silver, right? So I do silver miner stocks. I don't bet or go into any other thing, even though I know geometry is that can be utilized. Geometry can be utilized to predict a lot of things, like sports and so forth. But I don't want to dirty myself with that, right? So Zach, he puts, I don't know what he does, if he does, bet himself, but he puts it out there so that other people can bet. So that's one of the reasons why maybe you follow Zach, because he can help you make some money.
What I do every single day, grinding early until evening time and putting out nothing but undeniable truth that sadly most people just shun in an instant, which is the greatest mistake you could ever make, because it helps you see through the propaganda and you can take advantage of this knowledge with the rig sports and the rig market. Day after day, day after day after day. So anyway, let's go through this Cole Allen thing, and then let's talk about everything else, including Oz Perlman.
All right, so right here, you see this guy. Basically what they do is they have you take your shirt off, or they take it off so that, no hidden weapons. Of course, he had all kinds of weapons. He had a pistol, he had knives. So that's probably why they have him shirtless. Triage meaning, the person with the most serious wounds would have gotten transported, dealt with the first. But looks like there's nothing wrong with this guy, right? It's a mystery, right? No, it's staged, right? So that's what I think. So no wounds on this guy. I've seen him from different angles. You can go look at him. There's lots of video out there that shows him lying there, moving around like he's fine. I don't know why, because I'm looking at him, doesn't look like he's wounded at all. All right. And Secret Service agent, that was, unless you listen to some other reports, he died. But 31, of course, Charlie Kirk was 31 when he died. So maybe they changed their mind. I don't know. So you can make your own assessment, like I said. But all the information is there that this is a staged event.
Mentalist, the Israeli. A lot of people say, oh, see, it's Israel that did it. And remember, Israel's controlled by the same Jesuits that the U.S. is controlled by. And again, if you doubt the Jesuits control the U.S. because you don't know anything about history, the whole reason the Capitol's where it is in Washington, D.C. is because of the Jesuits. Notice Cole Allen, said to be 31 years old like Charlie Kirk, right? And remember, all these things are synced with the 31st Superior General of the Jesuits, okay? The 31st Superior General of the Jesuits. But yeah, again, Cole Allen's 79 and 47 in these ciphers like we talked about. Trump is 79 years old. He's number 47. Today would be the 79th day of Ronald Reagan's age, who would be 115 years old. And here we are on the 115th day of the year. And you can rewind to what I showed you on the July 13th, 2024 shooting hoax, how it was 115 days before the election on November 5th. 115, the day in history the Jesuits tried to assassinate King James, but failed. And remember, in 2016, when Trump had his convention in Cleveland, like Grover Cleveland, the only split-term president until Trump, but Trump had his convention in Cleveland right after LeBron won the finals on the real King James's birthday, June 19th, 2016, for the 216. Again, all this stuff is one big joke. That was for the 58th U.S. presidential election, like the real King James died at 58. But anyway, think about it. The 115th day of the year, while Reagan would be 115 years old if he were alive. Just think about it. Just think about how perfect that is. And again, the big number with the Jesuits is 201. Today's 201 days to the Superior General's upcoming birthday. Today's 164 days after his last birthday, like Cole Allen. And again, 34 days to John Hinckley's birthday, which is also JFK's birthday anniversary, May 29th. Again, all four of the base ciphers clearly coming together in this ritual and tracing back yet again to the Jesuit leadership. And we'll also get to how it's synced with the Pope, because of course the Pope is who the Jesuits serve. And it also reminds of JFK being shot in Dealey Plaza, named after a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemason. But yeah, Brady was left disabled and died 33 years later from his injuries. The reason I'm bringing this up is because tonight, if you were watching the news, they kept saying that Trump is going to speak about tonight's scare at the correspondence dinner in the Brady room. They kept saying it over and over, and I was just like, I mean, why? How do they get away with treating us like a bunch of know-nothings? I mean, everything is just such mockery, and it's so blatant, and it's so obvious. They're talking about how it's the same building Reagan got shot at all night. Trump's going to speak in the Brady room, not to mention. Anyway, D.C. is the Masonic city. Reagan, the 33rd governor, Trump out to speak 33 minutes after the hour on the nose, and they do this every time. I hate when some jackass says, "Oh, you think they really are like bringing him out at the specific time?" Yeah, I do, you fucking moron. I've been exposing it for over a decade. Get tired of everybody going like, what? How about just pay attention to the next one? Masonry, Drumpf, that's the Trump family name before they changed their name to the tarot cards. Police, false flag, teacher, Hilton, federal, secrecy, order, all 33 over and over and over and over. Well, what's the Masonic headquarters address there in D.C.? 1733. Mason equals 17, Masonry 33.
All right. So I think that's enough. Zach tears it up. And every time one of these events happens, pretty much it's going to be exposed. Right. He's going to break it down, the gematria of it. And that's what it is. Right. Everything's gematria. So you could say, well, everything is gematria based. So you can come up with these numbers, you can play with these numbers, but you just saw that these numbers, when you look at all of them together, are, that's not something that they had to have planned it out, guys, right? Everything was planned out. And what is it leading to? What is it leading to? Is this Jesuit thing going to be taken down? It will be, because we're exposing it, right? Whether Trump's involved in that or whether we're going to do it, it's going to happen, right? Us being exposed to it, us bringing it out to the open like this, makes a huge difference. There's going to be people that are going to, just like I, broke down the Charlie Kirk assassination, I broke down the Butler PA assassination attempt. I broke all these things down, and you're going to continually see these events, and at some point we're going to be like, bullshit. Another one of those. Why do you guys keep doing that? We don't even care anymore, right? So that's where we need to get. But of course, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be butthurt that this is not the real thing. Right. And they're going to resist. They're going to be angry because they were fooled. And it's typical for human nature to, attack the person that reveals an untruth to you quite often, right? So that this is where we're at with this false flag shooting. Again, you guys can do your own research. You can just totally discount all the evidence, all the professional, observation skills, and just come to your own conclusion that this is real. It's up to you. And I'm not discounting or criticizing anybody that comes to that conclusion. It is, there's so many things out there right now that are manipulated and controlled. It's like, is there anything that's real at this point? Right? We are, all right. This video right now, where I'm breaking this down, this is real. But there's a lot of things out there it's tragically still manipulated. Imagine the expense and the coordination and the people that are involved in doing this bullshit, right? So it's tragic, because all that energy, money, and time and effort could be utilized to do something very positive in the world. So I pray and hope that we get to that point sooner rather than later. And that's why I disclose this information, even though I know it's going to be painful for a lot of people. And when there's pain, there's backlash, right? So central casting, that's right, Janet. A lot of that going on there, a lot of it. And so we should be hearing from Trump about central casting. All right. So that's my take on that assassination attempt. All right. So come to your own conclusions. Do your own research. At this point, hopefully most of you are like, I knew it right from the beginning. It was bullshit. It's like me. All right. I'm like, it's like with Charlie Kirk. I was doing a show when Charlie Kirk went down. Last night I was doing a show, and I didn't get to see any of that hokiness of that very grainy, video of that guy running up the hall. It's like, why is it grainy? You don't have any more video? So it's, maybe we will eventually. Maybe they'll CGI it like they did the planes crashing into the buildings of 9/11. I don't know. But we're definitely under attack from this Jesuit control system, and we have to expose it and eventually, I hope, destroy it and destroy it to the point where it never comes back again. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. Saturday, April 25, 2026. In the coming hours, JFK Jr. will step forward on EBS broadcasts, alive and ready to reveal the truth about the Kennedy legacy and the deep state coup. The storm has always had him in the shadows. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Saturday, April 25, 2026. They have now tried to assassinate Trump at least 5 times. Thomas Crooks shot him in Boulder. Ryan Routh shot at him at his golf course. Multiple plots by Iran. A gunman stormed Mar-a-Lago. Now the White House correspondent's dinner. This violent death cult must be disavowed. Be possible timing on Thursday, April 30, 2026. The old world ends. The EBS will activate Tesla free energy to the general public worldwide. The Tesla protocol includes the quantum financial system. FISA surveillance expires and all intercepts must be acted on before 30th of April. Epstein hearing subpoenas must be issued before April 30th. 107 on Telegram. On Friday, May 1, 2026 at 3:33 UTC, a pulse from Cheyenne Mountain will ignite Phase 7 of the QFS activation. Before Friday 1st of May, get your ID confirmed on the new quantum financial system. Between Sunday, June 28, 2026 and Friday, July 3, 2026, confirmed ID citizens in each country would receive a strange secure link to the new quantum financial system. The link will walk you through how to onboard onto your new money account, wallet, where you already have a digitized asset-backed sovereign balance, plus have mirrored your old bank account balance. If you suddenly receive a strange secure link, it's not a scam, it's your portal. However, your ID must be confirmed before Friday, May 1, 2026. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, quantum financial system activated.
global access via QFS. Free for all, ending big pharma gatekeeping. Longevity becomes reality. Additional medbed pods deployed in major restored Republic centers. World War III scare event. Nuke sirens, water event, stock market crash, global martial law, Castle Rock scenario Julian Assange, quantum systems. Project Odin switched on, Nizara/Jazara/RV, election flipping via military courts, FISA, military tribunal/confession/10-day movie, 3 times 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will be running EBS to cover the whole world. Israel/Khazarians control CCP. The media etc. The Israeli Mossad control the world's media out of the US. Project Odin, as mentioned by Ron Code Monkeys, is a powerful anti-deplatforming tool. Project Odin is part of Quantum Starlink. Our new quantum systems are to be protected by secret space programs out of the cabal's reach. Q2337 tells you Mossad media assets will be removed. Think people like Alex Jones, Anderson Cooper etc. and also Mossad satellites. Israeli intelligence, stand down. Media assets will be removed. This part of 2527 tells you that something powerful is going to knock out Mossad media satellites. This will black out the media worldwide, switch us over to the quantum systems. This is Project Odin. All in all, give the reason to activate the military EBS. If you look up the Turksat rocket that launched from the USA in January, you will see it was specifically for military comms to people's TVs and radios in Africa, Middle East, Europe and Central Asia. The event has many facets to it. The worldwide blackout to change over to Tesla energy. Knocking out media satellites, QFS, rods of God on dams and 34 buildings and much more. 34 buildings will be in the event. They are very significant. White House, Royal Castles, Buckingham Palace, Vatican, Getty Museum, Playboy Mansion and the like. This will surely make the stock market collapse, as will Precision Cyber linked to Executive Orders 13,818 and 13,848. It is all a show. Swapping from Rothschild central bank notes to rainbow treasury notes now backed by precious metals, are we still comfy? Or are we scared? A little bit of both is normal. Trump keeps his promises. Have faith in the Lord our God. He will comfort you through the storm. Who saw in January up to 10 countries at once have their power all turned off by the Space Force. Just before that Israel had that happen for 30 minutes too. If they can turn 10 at once off altogether, they can do the whole lot. Welcome to Tesla. Blackout necessary. Have a look at all the global military exercises now being put in place. It's all happening in front of you. It's the largest global military operation in planet Earth's history. Transition to Jazara/greatness. Now they just have to play out a fake World War III scenario to ring sirens in every national military command center. This is to justify to the whole entire planet many things that have been taking place already. The fact that Jazara military law has been in place. The secret military tribunals, confessions etc. the executions the lot. And like all militaries normally do, they will help build new things. Saturday, April 25, 2026. The global EBS announcement will come with 7 trumpets sounding on our cell phones worldwide, quantum connected on Telegram. President Trump will give out 7 messages on our cell phones instructing us to tune into our TVs to the Emergency Broadcast System EBS. The White House next step was MARS, Military Auxiliary Radio System. Starlink will have total dominance. Cabal backdoors eliminated. All screens, all channels around the world will carry one broadcast in all major languages. The EBS will give out 7 messages from President Trump and urge us to tune into our TVs, radio and internet, where full disclosure will be shown in sequenced 8-hour documentaries, 3 times a day for 10 days, to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window was being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. A 10 days of darkness window will open with the communications blackout to install secure systems. During that 10 days the internet and ATMs will not work. Banks will be closed. All TV and radio programming will be taken over worldwide by Global Military Alliance broadcasts. Phones will only work for 911 calls worldwide, but we can obtain a signal app from the military which will secure the phones for regular use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption. Election fraud proof, child trafficking exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit bombshells. Saturday, April 25, 2026. Breaking now. U.S. military units in high gear on EBS training, full control of TV, phones, and internet being prepared now, Nizar and Jazar on Telegram. Military units at key installations have pushed emergency broadcasting system drills into high gear right now in April 2026. Loyal Pentagon commanders coordinate with Northern Command, Space Force, and National Guard to prepare the override for military control of all phones, TVs, radios, and internet in America. President Trump is central to this effort. Since his January 2025 inauguration, executive orders have reformed communications, secured Starlink, and eliminated propaganda funding. He signed the Readiness Directive in early 2026. Training now finalizes protocols for perfect activation. Long ago, global elites created a shadow power structure using banks, organizations, and captured agencies to funnel tax dollars into black budgets for bioweapons, election interference, and anti-patriot surveillance. The 2020 steal tied directly to these networks behind open borders and mandates. After Trump's 2024 landslide, deep state sabotage failed against military placements in key nodes and Space Force satellite oversight, exposing the full fraud. 10 days of control are ready. Networks go dark for military broadcasts and text alerts revealing Russia collusion, lawfare on supporters, and child exploitation protections. Starlink hardened signals prevent sabotage as the EBS severs the control grid threatened by Trump. Citizens will see the truth about debt slavery, divisions, and replacement agendas. Trump directs from the White House focusing on sovereignty in April 2026 as drills complete. This arms patriots to defund agencies and rebuild America. April 2026 training is the final step before truths flood the nation unfiltered. The Republic reclaims its soul. Sovereignty returns. Control ends. Before the 250th anniversary on July 4, 2026, an economic reset. Secure the official Trump 250th anniversary badge now. Marked "In God We Trust" in 250th anniversary, it grants access to NISRA and QFS payouts. More badges secure higher tiers, larger transfers, and priority. Holders connect via redemption centers. Without one, patriots may miss distributions. Saturday, April 25, 2026. CBS activated, nationwide blackout in progress, Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. The storm is upon us. In a dramatic turn of events shaking the foundations of power in Washington, D.C., multiple high-profile figures from what many are calling the deep state cabal are reportedly being taken into custody as part of a sweeping operation. Sources close to the situation claim that the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, has been activated, signaling the beginning of a nationwide event as justice is served against those allegedly involved in long-standing corruption, election interference, and other serious allegations. Live arrest scenes, images circulating show former President Barack Obama in handcuffs, escorted by federal tactical officers. Former Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Joe Biden are also seen being led away under heavy security in what appears to be a coordinated mass arrest operation. Those overseeing and witnessing the historic moment, President Donald J. Trump, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, or key ally figure, RFK Jr. and a high-ranking military official accompanied by law enforcement vehicles with lights flashing in the background. The message echoing across the nation: the deep state cabal is being dismantled. Justice is being served. The Great Awakening is now. This development has sent shockwaves through social media and alternative news channels, with many users describing it as the fulfillment of years of predictions about accountability at the highest levels of government. What we know so far: mass arrests of alleged deep state cabal members are underway. Dramatic scenes of high-profile individuals in custody. Claims of a nationwide blackout or major communication event tied to the EBS activation. Public reactions range from celebration to skepticism, with calls for transparency and due process. Stay tuned to this developing story. As more information emerges from official channels and eyewitness accounts, we will continue to provide updates. This is being hailed by some as the dawn of a new era in American politics, one where accountability replaces impunity, and we the people reclaim control from entrenched interests. Saturday, April 25, 2026, the White Hats vs. Deep State. Inside the White Hat vs. Deep State war was a very important battle for the next internet. Both the Deep State and the White Hats plan to kill the current internet, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. The deep state has a plan to control the world through their own internet, where they have control over all people through banking and social networks. This new internet they wanted to launch was called the Great Reset, or restarting the internet. The White Hat's internet, which was ready to be immediately released by Tim Berners-Lee, has the most advanced security and unbreakable encrypted system ever created to serve mankind. It has AI systems that identify online pedophilia, human trafficking networks and world money laundering systems. Incubated in the new internet's many features was its purpose of saving the world from its present corrupt status. It contained an advanced AI that eradicates homelessness and third world poverty. Global currency reset. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, all banks across the globe would shift from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system. Thursday, April 23, 2026, Bruce, the big call, notifications for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, to receive exchange appointments could happen over the weekend, with exchanges starting by Tuesday, 28th of April. Sunday, April 26, 2026, Trump flipped the switch for Saturday, May 2, 2026 activation of worldwide quantum financial system, confirmed from Cheyenne Mountain, Web 3.0 ISO 20022. The Quantum Digital Asset Initiative is live. Trump has approved the first ever QFS crypto, a gold-backed digital currency under military oversight. Tier 4B wallets are now in active sync mode. Test transfers began across Zurich, Dubai, Singapore and Texas under Project Delta Phoenix. The old financial system is bleeding out. The era of fiat currency ends. SWIFT is dying. The future is quantum. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, all banks will shift to the QFS grid under Activation 0. Every transaction will be gold-backed, traceless and outside cabal control. Wall Street is panicking. The media is silent. Monday, April 26, 2026 will be remembered as the day the Matrix broke. Not because everything changed instantly, but because the illusion finally collapsed. Nizar and Jazara connected on Telegram. The lies about debt, about money, about your worth, they've built an empire on those fictions. Nizar/Jazara is not a theory anymore. It's structure. It's tech. It's law. And it's about to become visible. On Monday, you'll see encrypted alerts tied to your national ID or phone signature. First wave biometric wallet logins open across verified nations, partial debt reconciliations appearing as system recalculations, global emergency communication drills, disguised as public safety tests. Friday, April 24, 2026. Attention, crucial announcement, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Tier 4B Internet Group is officially active. This is the beginning of a new era. The revolutionary ideas and the concept of Nizar are taking the final form of execution and implementation. It is our great honor to announce the launch of the Tier 4B Internet Group. Sunday, 26th of April, 2026. QFS set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday, April 27, 2026 should be a go for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, according to a high-up source. It was rumored that the Chinese elders, who were backing the global currency reset with their gold, had bought all the cabal's central banks across the world. Those banks had long been bankrupt and running on fiat monies that their leader, U.S. Incorporated, printed at their convenience. Those international banks were now merging with the QFS and taking a different role. They would no longer have access to individual bank accounts. All banks were converting to XRP Ripple digital gold/asset-backed currency. Sunday, April 26, 2026 confirmed intel, the Tier 4B protocol is now in use. What was once laughed at as rumor and fantasy is now being carried out in a controlled way. Iraq and Zimbabwe are quietly leading a change in the economy that is happening outside of public markets. This change is happening because of structure, security, and silence. It is no longer just a guess that the IQD, VND, and ZIM will be worth more. It is a fact of life. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. For years, people who owned these currencies were made fun of, but institutions quietly got ready behind closed doors. Now, what started as rumors have become real bank appointments, tiered access structures, and private exchange processes that run through U.S. banking channels. The global currency reset is now in the execution phase, and Tier 4B is where the public finally comes into contact with it. This is not a public forex event. It is a controlled, secret restructuring that follows a strict tiered framework. Tier 1 includes central banks and governments that are independent. Tier 2 includes multinational companies and top-tier financial trusts. Tier 3 includes wealthy people and businesses that have already agreed on contracts. Tier 4B is where private citizens who have legally gotten their money are turned on. This is the door for those who waited and stayed quiet, and Tier 4B is now open. The biggest banks in the US have already moved. In a quiet way. Only by appointment. Private exchange centers are up and running, using better security, identity checks, proof of purchase checks, NDAs, and wealth structuring after the exchange. This isn't a theory, and it's not for the public. It is controlled execution in the dark. There is one simple rule for Tier 4B, no walk-ins, no leaks, and no show. People who want to join are checked out. There are limits on devices. There are records of consultations. You must use discretion. This is not a public rollout, it is a monitored operation meant to keep the market from being shocked and the system from being disrupted. The exchange rates for IQD and VND are already showing up in internal banking systems at levels that the public can't see. Public Forex platforms are behind because they are not on this track. Tier 4B works on its own and is already moving money. This reset starts with Iraq. The sanctions that kept the dinar down for decades are no longer in place. Digital banking systems that follow international standards are up and running. The UN and US oversight has officially ended, giving back full sovereignty. Internal anti-corruption operations have gotten back stolen property and turned it into revaluation leverage. Iraq is no longer limited. It is turned on. Zimbabwe are next, with resource-backed frameworks already in place. Gold-backed structures and project-based valuation models are coming together for a phased integration that will last until 2025 and into 2026. The rollout is planned. The first round of internal testing is over. First, high-volume holders are given priority, then mid-tier participants, and finally, more people will be able to access the service in the coming weeks. Every step needs identification, proof, compliance with the NDA, and complete secrecy. This isn't a lot of talk. It is the end of a long-planned restructuring of the money system. The reset didn't come with a lot of noise. It got there on time. Tier 4B is up and running. The quietness is on purpose. The system is moving. Friday, April 24, 2026. High-level banking insiders report that Tier 4B notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed, with historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple major banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent, behind closed doors meetings. They know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens light up with final rates. IQD, $8.73, confirmed live on European trading platforms. ZIM and other currencies, final adjustments in process. Paymasters report full releases. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and Tier 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed, securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. The final phase is underway. This is not a test. The pieces are falling into place faster than anticipated. The old world is crumbling, and the new financial era is about to rise from the ashes. 12 to 24 hours remain. Stay alert, stay ready. Your final instructions will be sent shortly. The financial reset is now unstoppable. Watch your inbox, this is it. Friday, April 24, 2026. Tier 4B mass notifications to set exchange appointments inbound. Nizar and Jazara connected on Telegram. Private channels are already reporting confirmations from multiple Tier 4B exchanges. Military logistics teams are in full deployment mode. Movement across Reno, Zurich, and key sovereign hubs has intensified since 0300 Zulu. The new gold-backed U.S. note is quietly live. Not on public display, but mirrored in cross-border platforms used by institutional traders. This isn't speculation, it's alignment. RippleNet, Stellar Rails, and the Quantum Ledger interface are syncing in real time. QFS ping rate, stable at 0.00004. That's confirmation of system-wide balance. Nothing is fluctuating anymore. No delays. No reversals. We're past testing. This is it. Redemption centers are in silent mode, but active. Codes have been seeded. Those who've been prepared will know what to do. Rates are locked. Liquidity is positioned. Military protection remains in place across all nodes. The reset is no longer a plan. It's happening. Stay ready. Eyes open. No mistakes now. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange/bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense Operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. And Thursday, April 23, 2026 confirmed, redemption centers preparing for first appointments, Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sources linked to U.S. Treasury offices report that the first GCR exchanges were scheduled for April 2026. Authorized Tier 4B participants are already receiving preparation alerts. At the centers, biometric verification confirms identity before asset-backed exchanges for XIM, dinar. Participants will receive a quantum-linked card connected to their QFS wallet. Sunday, April 26, 2026, the U.S. has been lying about its gold for 50 years. Mr. Pool on Telegram, they opened the vault. For the first time since 1974, someone walked into Fort Knox and looked. What they found will collapse the system. Only 17% of the gold meets international purity standards. The rest. Low-grade ingots. Impure bars. Metal that no central bank on earth would accept. They told you 4,580 metric tons sat in that vault. Worth over $400 billion. The backbone of the dollar. It was a lie. Trump knew. Musk knew. That's why they pushed the audit. Not to check the books. To expose the fraud. And now the dominoes are falling. Germany, withdrawing its gold from U.S. vaults. Saudi Arabia, withdrawing. France, withdrawing. They're pulling their reserves out of America. Because they know what the audit found. The vault is empty. The dollar is naked. Now ask yourself, who built this system? 1913. Jekyll Island. 7 men. 1 secret meeting. They created the Federal Reserve, a private bank that prints America's money and charges interest on every dollar. Not government-owned. Not audited. Private. For 113 years they printed. They inflated. They enslaved every American with debt designed to never be repaid. And no president dare touch them. Kennedy tried. Executive Order 11,110. He authorized the Treasury to print silver-backed currency, bypassing the Fed. 5 months later he was dead. No president signed a similar order since. Until now. Gold just hit $5,589, all-time record. JP Morgan projects $6,300 by December. The smart money isn't buying stocks. It's buying metal. They know what's coming. BRICS just launched BRICS Pay, bypassing SWIFT entirely. Russia, China, India, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, all moving to gold-backed trade. The dollar's share of global reserves, 57%. The lowest in recorded history. The old system is dying. Because what replaces it changes everything. QFS. Quantum financial system. Asset-backed. Unhackable. Traceable. No more printing. No more inflation. No more invisible debt. They told you it was a conspiracy theory. They told you the same about the gold being gone. Both were true. The Fed is cornered. The vaults are exposed. The world is pulling its gold. A new system is being built right now, while they tell you everything is fine. It's not fine. It's over. The 113-year reign of the Federal Reserve is ending. And the man who ended it survived everything they threw at him. Saturday, April 25, 2026. Charlie Ward, we're about to see the biggest crash in history. You'll never ever see another crash like this. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. It's like being on a plane and all of the engines fail. All of the banking system is failing right now in plain sight. All of it. And the plane, without any engines, will crash. Why can't we just repair IT? Like an aerospace engineer hopping out the window at 30,000 feet. IT doesn't work like that. We are going to crash. And the crash is not going to be nice. It's down to each and every one of you to brace yourself, prepare yourself. The world's financial system, the mainstream media, the government, they're all going to crash. My job is to guide you through the crash so that when we land, you don't lose all of your possessions. What we think we know as of Monday, April 27, 2026, Saturday, April 25, 2026. Fox News, U.S. military crushing the Iran blockade. The United States is enforcing total dominance. 34 ships have turned around and complied with the blockade. The massive 965-foot container ship Tuska tried to breach it. After ignoring hours of warnings and 5 warning shots, the U.S. Navy fired disabling shots into its engine room, deadened the ship, and U.S. Marines boarded and seized it by helicopter. Meanwhile, in the Indian Ocean, U.S. forces seized the massive Iranian oil tanker Tiffany, 2 million barrels capacity. Another large tanker, Majestic X, was also interdicted. The blockade is airtight. Nothing in, nothing out. America controls the seas. Trump's maximum pressure campaign is working, the regime is being strangled. No games. No weakness. Saturday, April 25, 2026. Raw milk wasn't banned for your health, it was targeted by the Rockefellers in the 1900s to crush small dairy farms and boost their dairy empire profits. Power, not safety, pasteurize the industry. White hats on Telegram. Nikola Tesla died alone in room 3327 of a New York hotel. Within 48 hours, the FBI seized everything he invented. Wireless energy. Free energy. Technology that can't be measured, taxed, or sold. They buried him. They stole his inventions. They erased his name. Sunday, April 26, 2026. California election fraud. Chad Bianco says whenever there is an investigation into any type of election fraud in California, Democrats block the investigation. We are never going to know if our elections are secure, because when law enforcement does legitimate investigations into the allegations, it's stopped by our current Democrat one-party rule in California, particularly our embarrassment of an attorney general. Californians are sick of voter fraud. They're sick of politics and they believe there's voter fraud. But when we try to fix it, it is stopped. Great Awakening now on Telegram. Saturday, April 25, 2026. Assassination attempt on President Trump. Sunday, April 26, 2026. Breaking. Trump declares presidency a dangerous profession after gunfire rocks elite media dinner. Sunday, April 26, 2026. Breaking special report. 2 impeachments. 4 indictments. 3 assassination attempts. And he's still standing. ZB. Sunday, April 26, 2026. Breaking update. Another assassination attempt on President Donald Trump, new details just revealed. A deep state gunman breached the Washington Hilton Ballroom checkpoint on April 25, 2026, and opened fire on Secret Service agents protecting President Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. On Saturday evening, April 25, 2026, Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old teacher and video game developer from Torrance, California, walked straight up to the metal detector outside the main ballroom of D.C.'s Hilton Hotel packed with Trump. First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, the full cabinet, and every major regime media figure. He carried a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. He raised the shotgun and started blasting at point-blank range. One Secret Service agent took a direct hit to the chest, but the vest stopped the round and kept him alive. Allen kept firing until agents tackled him to the ground and cuffed him alive. Allen arrived on foot carrying a backpack. He cleared initial outer screening, then hit the inner checkpoint right as Trump began remarks inside. Surveillance feeds caught him adjusting the shotgun under his jacket. No one stopped him. Senior Department of Homeland Security, DHS, holdovers had overruled requests for full magnetometer coverage on every single entrance and limited the counter-assault footprint to avoid bad optics at a black-tie press event. Radio traffic between local D.C. police and federal agents shows warnings about a suspicious male with a heavy bag that got ignored in the command post. The exact same communications blackout that happened in Butler and at the Florida golf course. This was a stand-down executed by the same bureaucracy Trump is purging right now. Allen did not act alone. He had encrypted apps on his phone pinging overseas servers and prior travel to known deep state-adjacent activist hubs. His social media history shows non-stop hatred for Trump's mass deportation orders and tariff walls. He posted about stopping the dictator weeks before the dinner. Federal agents seized everything within minutes, yet the same agencies that leak anti-Trump dirt every day suddenly claim they need months to analyze it. This is the third deep state attempt since Trump took office in January 2025. Butler in 2024, the golf course 2 months later, and now the Hilton. Each time the security plan came from the identical chain of command still riddled with Obama-Biden holdovers who answer to the permanent intelligence apparatus. ZC. Saturday, April 25, 2026 update. Alcatraz becomes the new Gitmo, military prepares island, prison plans revealed, Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. Military teams are preparing to move on to Alcatraz Island in the coming weeks to transform the old prison into a high-security detention center. This establishes the new Gitmo on American soil. President Trump signed the order funding the full project from construction to operation. Cell blocks will hold up to 500 people with thick reinforced concrete, electronic locks, cameras everywhere, and biometric scanners on doors. Isolation units with separate air and sound controls target global elites who destroyed American jobs, opened borders, and pushed damaging policies on citizens. Military tribunal rooms in the main building will host judges for treason, election interference, and economic sabotage cases. Advanced security ensures fast proceedings under Pentagon rules away from civilian courts. The island features top security including razor wire fences with sensors, non-stop Coast Guard boat patrols, and drones monitoring miles of airspace. Only authorized military enter while the bay location prevents escapes and rescues by elite protectors. Funding begins with $152 million redirected from foreign aid and wasteful spending. This uses taxpayer dollars to lock up those responsible for higher energy bills, factory closures, and community crime. Upcoming arrests target elites from finance, tech, and politics who backed open borders and offshored jobs. They arrive guarded at Alcatraz for asset seizure with proceeds returning to Americans, breaking deep state power. Work starts clearing tourist buildings, fixing structures, and adding wings. Self-sufficient power generators and water systems plus medical areas keep it independent. Initial cells open soon with tribunals following. The project dismantles the two-tier justice system that shielded rich globalists. Families hurt by bad policies now see accountability as border areas gain safety from the strong deterrent. Federal authority pushes the timeline forward without delays. It integrates with America First priorities like secure borders and domestic energy. Military equipment loads as teams train and funding flows steadily. The elites confront the end of impunity. Trump has delivered with Alcatraz as the new Gitmo. Those trying to break America will face justice within its walls as the Republic prevails. ZD. Sunday, April 26, 2026. Everyone thinks this war is about Iran. It's not. It's about Palantir. Nobody is talking about the most terrifying development of this entire conflict. And it has nothing to do with missiles, bombs, or troops. The Pentagon is using Palantir's Maven AI to run the kill chain in Iran. Let me explain what that actually means. An AI system analyzes satellite imagery, intercepts, and sensor data. It identifies targets, military, infrastructure, leadership. It builds a kill board, a digital map of everything to destroy. Commanders look at the board. The AI already picked the targets. A human approves. But the AI decided, skull emoji. Project Maven has identified over 5,500 targets in Iran. Skull emoji, what used to require 2,000 intelligence analysts now takes 20. Skull emoji, the AI processes targeting data faster than any human team in history. Skull emoji, Google quit the project in 2018 over ethics concerns. Skull emoji, Palantir and Anthropic happily took their place. Do you understand what just happened? This is the first war in human history where artificial intelligence is deciding what gets bombed. Not advising. Deciding. The human at the end is a rubber stamp. The AI already ran the numbers, picked the coordinates, calculated the blast radius, and estimated acceptable civilian casualties. In every previous war, humans picked targets. Humans made mistakes. Humans hesitated. AI doesn't hesitate. The media is showing you fighter jets and explosions. They're not showing you that a Silicon Valley algorithm is building the kill list. If this AI works in Iran, it becomes the template for every future war. Every country. Every conflict. Every target selected by machine learning, not human judgment.
Hello, Patriots. I'm a Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. EBS alert imminent for global lockdown as Trump's global military alliance begins mass arrests. Deep state global elite Ninth Circle satanic cult still actively performing child sacrifices across the world. And a quote from an Anon: I am only one person, but can do something to help the children. I know that any little act of kindness and love will make a difference. Judy note: now 12 years later, the Earth Alliance and Trump's global military alliance was at last taking down the Ninth Circle satanic cult run by the Vatican, UK royalty, and our own US Inc. Very soon, the Earth Alliance under President Trump's global military alliance will sound 7 trumpets over the emergency broadcast system to every cell phone, TV, radio, and internet device on the planet. The trumpet signal will be followed by a broadcast, an unfiltered message from the Earth Alliance, led by Trump and key military leaders. They will be announcing that corrupt governments around the world, governments were being taken down, and everyone will be in a state of martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held in each country. They will talk about their mass arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous political and global elites, including most of Congress. The EBS alert will be initiated globally, but activated in phases. Depending on where you are, you may receive the alert slightly earlier or later than others, but it is coming. The goal of the phased rollout is to prevent the deep state from reacting too quickly to catch them off guard. By the time the full alert has hit every device on the planet, the Earth Alliance already will be executing the next stages of their plan. An EBS message will announce Nasara Jasara, debt release for all peoples of the world, in the new gold asset-backed, worldwide quantum financial system that is taking control of deep state fiat global banking. This cabal's SWIFT system has been stealing U.S. taxpayer monies since 1913, all of which President Trump intended to reimburse the people. The military will also announce that it would be wise to have food, cash, and necessities on hand for at least 10 days while mass arrests across the globe were going on. For public safety, planes, trains, internet, banks, and ATMs will be closed across the globe, while credit debit cards will not work for 3 days of darkness and 10 days of disclosure. In 3 days of darkness, satanic worship sites across the world will be destroyed by cyber attacks. In 10 days of disclosure, everyone will be asked to be at a location of their choice for a 5-hour period each day. During that time, over TV, radio, and internet, a website on a single web channel will broadcast in 22 languages in 77 countries. Documentaries about what, when, where, who, why, and how everything was going on. Global currency reset, Thursday, April 23rd. Bruce, the big call. Notifications for Tier 4B to receive exchange appointments could happen over the weekend, with exchanges starting by Tuesday, April 28th. Friday, April 24th, attention, crucial announcement. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Tier 4B Internet group is officially active. This is the beginning of a new era. The revolutionary ideas and the concept of Nasara are taking the final form of execution and implementation. It is our great honor to announce the launch of the Tier 4B Internet Group. Saturday, April 25th, 2026, Iraq will make the new dinar rate public as ordered by Trump and according to a high-up source. Sunday, April 26, 2026, QFS set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday, April 27th should be a go for Tier 4B, according to a high-up source. It was rumored that the Chinese elders who were backing the global currency reset with their gold had bought all the cabal's central banks across the world. Those banks had long been bankrupt and running on fiat monies that their leader, US Inc., printed at their convenience. Those international banks were now merging with the QFS and taking a different role. They would no longer have access to individual bank accounts. All banks were converting to XRP Ripple, digital gold asset-backed currency. Friday, April 24th, high-level banking insiders report that Tier 4B notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed. With historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple major banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent, behind closed-door meetings. They know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens light up with final rates. IQD, $8.73 confirmed live on European trading platforms. VND, $5.12 holding but expected to surge post-announcement. ZIM and other currencies, final adjustments in process. Paymasters report full releases. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and Tier 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed. Securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. The final phase is underway. This is not a test. The pieces are falling into place faster than anticipated. The old world is crumbling and the new financial era is about to rise from the ashes. 12 to 24 hours remain. Stay alert, stay ready. Your final instructions will be sent shortly. The financial reset is now unstoppable. Watch your inbox, this is it. Friday, April 24th, Tier 4B mass notifications to set exchange appointments inbound. Nasara Dasara connected on Telegram. Private channels are already reporting confirmations from multiple Tier 4B exchanges. Military logistics teams are in full deployment mode. Movement across Reno, Zurich, and key sovereign hubs has intensified since 0300 Zulu. The new gold-backed U.S. note is quietly live, not on public display, but mirrored in cross-border platforms used by institutional traders. This isn't speculation, it's alignment. RippleNet, Stellar, Rails, and the Quantum Ledger interface are syncing in real time. QFS ping rate, stable at 0.00004. That's confirmation of system-wide balance. Nothing is fluctuating anymore. No delays, no reversals. We're past testing. This is it. Redemption centers are in silent mode but active. Codes have been seeded. Those who've been prepared will know what to do. Rates are locked, liquidity is positioned, military protection remains in place across all nodes. The reset is no longer a plan, it's happening, stay ready. Eyes open, no mistakes now. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. Friday, April 24th, 2026. The Obama files are worse than we thought. MAGA Intel Hub on Telegram. His lawyers didn't show up to negotiate. They showed up to beg. Here's what Bondi's team found inside the Tehran servers under Obama's codename Renegade. 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 to 2016. Total $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. A signed directive authorizing the CIA to stand down during the Benghazi attack. Not typed, handwritten. Communications with Epstein's handler, dated March 2015, discussing the island arrangement and the Chicago package. A back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active from 2012 to 2024. Yes, 2024, 2 years after he left office. He didn't just betray America, he was running a shadow government from his basement in D.C. while pretending to be retired. His lawyers are now offering full cooperation in exchange for immunity. Trump said no deals, no mercy, no escape. The man who divided America for 8 years is about to face America he tried to destroy, and she's awake. Friday, April 24th, Congressman says UFO scientist mysteriously found dead was hit with a directed energy weapon by Deep State. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Eskridge was a 34-year-old aerospace researcher. She committed suicide in 2022 after being deeply involved in developing anti-gravity technology, work she publicly said led to threats and sabotage against her. Amy Eskridge was clearly distraught. She was telegraphing to friends and family that she was being harassed. She engaged the services of a former British intelligence officer who was investigating the harassment or the strange things that were happening to her. They were able to determine that she was a victim of what others call the Havana syndrome, which we now know is the result of a directed energy type weapon using microwave energy. This is well documented. There have been 11 missing or dead scientists, I think it's up to 15 now, who were connected to sensitive U.S. nuclear and aerospace research in recent years. This can't be a coincidence. Congress needs to get to the bottom of this and reveal the truth. Friday, April 24th. If you're wondering how our elections in America are always so close, like how Democrats pulled ahead in Virginia's redistricting within a few percentage points, this is how. JFK Secrets on Telegram. Former CIA operations officer Gary Bernstein explains there are teams of people who rig our elections and keep the vote totals extremely close by slim margins, so it's believable and hard to prove fraud. I always wondered why whenever there's an election that between the Democrat and the Republican, it's like super close. I always find that strange. Now I know why. It's orchestrated. Laura Logan interviews former CIA operations officer Gary Bernstein. He explains in detail how elections are being stolen in America. He describes there are teams of statisticians, mathematicians, and hackers who map out every county and identify where margins can be quietly adjusted. Different techniques are used in each location, so nothing matches in a recount. When a 70 to 30 county becomes 68 to 32, nobody notices. But when you add up these differences across an entire state, those tiny amounts of fraud decide outcomes. Both former CIA operations officer Gary Bernstein and author Ralph Pizzullo explain the strategy. They explain they don't flip the big blue cities. Instead, they shave votes in the places no one ever audits. They plan this. It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year to plan, and mathematicians and hackers. It's unbelievable. They're professional cheaters. We had a map of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it, that stole the elections. We just go to every one place where Trump wins 70 to 30 and shaved it off. We shave in every other place. We don't go near a Democratic place because when they want to do recounts, they're going to go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way. So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault, because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas they can allow access to the machines, they can allow access to the source code, but they apparently are in on it. People need to go to prison. Democrats are stealing elections nationwide in every county, in every state of America. The church choir master and alleged former lover. This silencing prevented potential revelations about Obama's lifestyle. After the press conference, a smear campaign led by David Axelrod targeted Sinclair. Joe Biden and son Beau reportedly arranged his arrest to discredit him. Tragically, in March 2026, Sinclair died in a hit-and-run incident where the driver fled without a trace, raising suspicions of foul play. Specific details from Sinclair describe November 6, 2024 events. Picked up at a Gurney hotel, a call connected him to Obama. At a bar, Obama arranged cocaine. In the limousine, Obama provided the drug. Next day, Obama visited the hotel room, announced for more drug use and encounters. Unannounced for more drug use and encounters. Mia Marie Pope, an Obama classmate, claimed he obtained cocaine by sleeping with older white men. Emergency action message transmitted to all U.S. forces worldwide tonight. And this is dated yesterday, April 24th, at about 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night. U.S. Strategic Command transmitted a rare 21-character emergency action message, EAM, over the U.S. Military High Frequency Global Communications System, HFGCS. The HFGCS is part of the network used to communicate with nuclear-capable bombers, subs, and missile silo crews. The messages are encrypted in such a way as to make them absolutely undecipherable. Only troops with access to pre-stored orders locked inside safes can match the codes with the appropriate orders, then open the orders, read it to them, and carry them out. So there's no way any person outside the U.S. military can ever know what any message actually means. But an emergency action message is top priority. Stop everything and do this right now. So whatever's going on, the military already has orders for it. I have a feeling it's going to be a long night and a wild weekend. I'm thinking Iran. Judy note, in the coming hours, the world as we see it will be changed forever as JFK Jr. emerges on the emergency broadcast system, alive and ready to speak. With the U.S. Army sweeping the land under Trump's command, convoys of military prisoner trucks with over 50,000 traitors en route were rolling to air bases for immediate Gitmo transfer. It's been a long time in coming. Below, find an article I wrote 12 years ago on Monday, April 14, 2014, when we were just beginning to see the extent of corruption in the world. In other news, President Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic, where the privately owned by Satan-worshipping bankers U.S. Inc. has been dissolved, justice reborn, and common law sovereignty returned to concepts of the original, uncorrupted Constitution. The world-changing announcement was expected to be made public by President Trump on July 4th, 2026. Before that, we were expected to have a much-anticipated Black Swan event. For some time, the cabal's fiat U.S. dollar and manipulated New York stock market have been roaring toward collapse. That's when the always 10 steps ahead President Trump activated a global currency reset of 209 nations. Currencies which traded at a 1-to-1 with each other. By Monday, April 27, 2026, NASARA, National Freedom from Debt Law, and its twin-like JASARA, Global Debt Relief Law, were set to activate under Protocol 19. This meant that in an ISO monetary network realignment, the global financial system would be transitioning from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the gold asset-backed currency quantum financial system, where speed, transparency, and security reigned. When Nasara activated, debts would vanish and mortgages, credit cards, and other illegal financial burdens dissolved. The IRS dismantled. Income tax abolished. A single 14% sales tax on luxury goods replaced the chains of old taxation. It's the collapse of the controlling and corrupt old world in order for a nation to participate in the new global financial system. They cannot be at war with another country. Thus, activation of the GCR dissolves military conflicts, initiates global peace, and unlocks massive unrestricted humanitarian funds to lift all peoples out of poverty.
So much is happening in plain sight. Washington, D.C., the deep state, the cabal, are in complete and utter panic mode right now. All the evidence has been collected together, and it's time to show the world exactly what's been going on. It's not just the US that's being exposed either. It's the UK, City of London, the EU, NATO. The whole lot is falling apart, and everything is in place now for the world to know. We saw yesterday in plain sight in the Houses of Parliament the Labour Justice Secretary, Sarah Sackman, telling Parliament that Sharia law must be accepted. That's not the will of the British people. That's the will of the paymasters, the will of the controllers. The question is, who is the paymasters? Who are the controllers? You and I know who they are, but it's time for the rest of the world to wake up to see who's pulling the strings. Things like this are happening for the benefit of the rest of the world to see what's really going on. Are you awake yet?
EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Military tribunals, confessions will be broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. High alert. Global EBS activation confirmed for April 24th to the 25th. Trump greenlights military operation. Worldwide alert. Hits elite networks exposed. The MAGA king on Telegram. Military intelligence under President Donald J. Trump has launched a major emergency broadcast system operation for Friday, April 24th and or Saturday, April 25th, 2026. Every cell phone worldwide will erupt with a loud, piercing alert tone, blasting through silent mode, forcing devices to sound and vibrate hard. This strategic move sends unfiltered truths to American citizens while the military watches and records the global elite's panicked responses. It is a key step in exposing the deep state networks and advancing the America First agenda. The alert grid was built by the deep state after the 2020 election theft. Obama holdovers in FEMA and FCC expanded it from 2021 to 2025 with tests in the US, Europe, Canada, Australia, Thailand, and elsewhere. Publicly called a system for emergencies like storms or kidnappings, it was actually a tool for future control and compliance demands. Trump seized full control, integrating it with Starlink satellites and securing it against interference from corrupt carriers. Special teams monitor facilities. The 2 days of alerts allow tracking of delays, jamming attempts, and resistance from officials tied to the elites. On April 24th, the first alerts drop across time zones, followed by more details on April 25th. The content includes documented election fraud evidence from 2020 and 2024, the transition to asset-backed money replacing the Federal Reserve scam, and instructions for protecting bank accounts. Bureaucrats and agencies losing power will be named directly, free of media spin, funded the upgrades, and pushed open borders, wage suppression, and energy policies harming workers. Elites planned digital IDs and lockdowns by the military, but the military flipped it as millions receive fax. Banks scramble media coordinates, and agents activate all logged. American families suffering high costs and job losses get the truth straight. Alerts reach factories, trucks, and homes. Military stands ready. The deep state created this weapon to control masses. President Trump now uses it to awaken patriots and expose the cabal. Sovereignty advances as the deep state crumbles in their own grid. Patriots stay strong. Thursday, April 23rd, the White Hats versus Deep State, Nasara Jasara Trump on Telegram. Inside the White Hat versus Deep State war was a very important battle for the next internet. Both the Deep State and the White Hats plan to kill the current internet. The Deep State's internet would be digitalized and internet passports. Those passports would only be for those who abided by world infection laws and those who cooperate with the rules, standards, and regulations of the cabal's online banking system. The Deep State has a plan to control the world through their own internet, where they have control over all people through banking and social networks. This new internet they wanted to launch was called the Great Reset, or restarting the internet. The White Hat's internet, which was ready to be immediately released by Tim Berners-Lee, has the most advanced security and unbreakable encrypted system ever created to serve mankind. It has AI systems that identify online pedophilia, human trafficking networks, and world money laundering systems. Incubated in the new internet's many features was its purpose of saving the world from its present corrupt status. It contained an advanced AI that eradicates homelessness and third world poverty. It's designed to end all wars and give generational healing through high technology that uses advanced systems. What we think we know as of Friday, April 24th, 2026. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel. The Southern Poverty Law Center has been indicted for raising millions to fight extremists, then secretly funding extremist leaders such as Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, Unite the Right, including payments as a planner leader of the 2017 Charlottesville events. American Front, National Alliance, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations, specifically including its affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, also referred to as the American. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. Exposed. Meet the Clone, the actor and the greatest lie ever sold to America. White House on Telegram. The American people have been deceived. Patriots and independent researchers have uncovered compelling evidence that the original Joe Biden died some time ago. What the public has been presented with is a carefully crafted combination of clones, actors, and body doubles. This is the greatest political lie ever sold to the nation by the deep state cabal. Astute observers have long noticed the anomalies. The Biden seen in recent years looks, sounds, and acts differently from the Biden of a decade earlier. Facial features, ear shapes, jaw lines, voice patterns, and mannerisms show inconsistencies that suggest multiple versions being used to fool the public and advance an anti-American agenda. Deep state forces initiated a clone project. DNC operatives contacted specialized facilities in January 2025 to produce a Biden clone. The clone was rapidly matured and deployed by April 2025 to sustain the illusion during critical political events and push policies that undermine American sovereignty. Professional actors furthered the deception. Individuals such as Dana Garvey and Arthur Roberts have been identified as portraying Biden in public appearances. Some appearances have even resembling Hollywood figures, as noted by vigilant patriots. Telling proof comes from the staged White House set. Important addresses happened on a fake Oval Office with obvious flaws like showing summer greenery in winter. This artificial setup indicates the substitutes needed controlled environments to hide the truth. The deep state used this ruse to project stability while pulling strings behind the scenes. A clone or actor let them control the narrative. Media tried to dismiss the evidence as conspiracy theories, but patriots have known the truth for years. In 2026, as the Republic moves toward restoration, the full scope of the deception emerges. QAnon followers and Trump supporters are vindicated. The greatest lie is unraveling, exposing the cabal's efforts to subvert democracy. This scandal highlights the need for vigilance. Patriots who question the story awaken the masses. As more evidence surfaces, accountability will be demanded for this fraud. House of Cards is falling, signaling a new era where truth triumphs. America is waking up, and the deep state retreats as justice nears. Thursday, April 23rd, breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Wiener laptop files ready for public release. Secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed. The MAGA king on Telegram. The Wiener laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House, dismantling the old regime, the push to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein blackmail, and treason, reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages, and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the key node, handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies, and bad trade deals. References to cleanup protocols align with suspicious deaths of associates. Today in 2026, these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein-linked fuel, current lawfare, and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax impeachments, 2020 issues, and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Wiener laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the Republic reclaims its sovereignty. Medbed centers and humanitarian projects. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. The future is now. How quantum financial systems and medbed technology are creating a new era of humanitarian aid. Nisara Jasara connected on Telegram. In the midst of a rapidly transforming world where boundaries of possibility are being redefined, a groundbreaking movement is underway. This movement is set to revolutionize humanitarian efforts in healthcare, empowering patriots committed to the Great Awakening. At its core lies the quantum financial system and the introduction. The QFS allows for primary and secondary accounts, empowering individuals and organizations to direct funds efficiently toward humanitarian projects. Personal and corporate accounts can be tailored to specific needs, acting as a beacon of hope to ensure resources reach those most in need. Funds come with